Okay, good evening. Welcome to the City of North Miami Beach City Commission meeting of Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. Could we get a roll call, please, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Chernoff?
Here.
Commissioner Florimont?
Here.
Commissioner Jean?
Here.
Commissioner Joseph?
Here.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Present.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Present.
Mayor Piper?
Here.
You have quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. And for invocation this evening, we're going to defer to Commissioner Smuckler.
So I really wanted just to take this moment to acknowledge what happened in Israel and really to the rest of the world on October 7th. We have approximately 100 hostages still missing, and we had countless of people murdered in Israel for no reason, for being at a concert and having fun, enjoying themselves, being with their families. I just wanted to take this moment to remember what happened, to pray for the return of those hostages, and to remember that what happened in Israel could happen here if we allow terrorists to take over. So if we can have just a moment of silence to remember those that perished. We will never forget.
Okay. Amen. Thank you. All right, would everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, requests for withdrawals, deferments, and additions to the agenda. Madam Clerk?
Per the request of the city manager, item 11.3, which is resolution 2024-118. This is to approve the special obligation bond. That will be heard first.
Okay, when you say first, what does first mean? After?
We're going to do it right
After
before.
consent?
Yes.
Okay, so right after consent, and then the item number on that is what, 11.3?
11.3, resolution 2024-118. Per the request of Commissioner Jean, item number 11.4, which is resolution number 2024-118, to approve city events fee waiver and facility usage policy. That will be deferred to the December meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Jean, item 11.9, which is resolution number 2024-124. This is to approve external audit services. That will also be for the December meeting. Per the request of Commissioner Joseph, item 11.10, which is resolution number 2024-125. This is to approve Motorola radios piggyback. That will also be deferred to the December meeting.
That's it?
Yes.
I have questions also.
I have a question.
Okay.
Okay, through the mayor, I'd like to ask the manager, can we wait on the auditor? Because the contract was up, and I don't know that we can wait.
I will need to have our finance team, I think they're in the back.
Which item was that one? What item was that one?
11.9.
City Attorney, can I bring it up for a vote whether or not we waive that? If I get a second? When you say waive? She wants to postpone it until December, but I think our audit contract is up, and therefore we will be without somebody for 3 months.
I wasn't
It's gonna be
clear. Is
December.
the finance team going to say whether that's a problem or not now, or is that moving forward?
Yeah.
I don't know,
They're just
but
coming up.
there was a ranking on the firm that won. So, or maybe
Please.
Commissioner can explain why, and we can understand better.
First thing would be, I guess, to get the answer to the question. Was it you that asked the question, I think, President?
All right, we'll give it another minute or two to see if,
Okay, so can I ask my question?
Go ahead, ask your
Okay,
question.
so as for 11.4, I wanted to ask Commissioner Jean why she wants to wait for December. And also as for 11.9, I'm sorry, 11.10, I wanted to ask Commissioner Joseph why he wanted to wait till December.
The reason, okay, I have concerns in regards to the cost, because the 1.8 is for leasing the equipment. And I just wanted to have more in-depth conversation with the manager and get additional information. That's just that, because we're paying 1.8 just to lease equipment. And I had a chance to talk with some of the staff, and they said that shouldn't be an issue, because I needed more information on that, because it's leasing as opposed to buying. Why aren't we buying it? That's my issue.
Okay.
Why, can I have a follow-up with that? Why are we postponing it? Why don't we discuss it now and vote on it up
I
or
just
down?
wanted to get additional information, see if there's other, if we could have renegotiated that. And they said they wouldn't have a problem if it waited to the next meeting to discuss it. That's all. I mean, it's not anything that's time. It's just it's a piggyback.
right, it's nothing that's time sensitive, that's going to be,
Yeah,
that's going to stop
no,
our
it's not.
city.
We're not losing anything. It's
Right.
not like a.
Mr. Manager, do you agree with that?
For Motorola, we can wait until December. Interim CFO, Ms. Taylor's here, and she can answer with regards to if the audit contract can wait or be postponed until December.
I mean, good evening, Commission. We can wait, but we'll need an interim contract with our current auditors. Because right now, we're out of contract. We have to do planning, which usually happens between October and November. So if we're waiting to approve a new contract, we'll need to have an interim in place, at least for 3 to 4 months contract, until we have the new contract sorted.
So may I make a motion to vote on whether or not we withdraw it, or can Commissioner Jean explain so I understand?
Yes. I know usually when we have a procurement process, there's usually a cone of silence. During my briefing with the manager, I mentioned to him that I wanted to know who were the firms that had applied. You provided that information via email, but I felt that we needed more interaction with those firms. So usually the cone of silence process, and I also asked the attorney what usually that process entails. So for me, I feel like we need more time. Can we speak to these firms? Is it within the law that we can? Is it within the procurement laws that we can? Is it something that's customary to commissioners to maybe get more information for such a service that is very an extensive service? So that was the nature of my concern.
Okay, and
That first, then.
Okay.
The cone of silence per our code, and we follow Dade County. Dade County has a mandatory provision, but cities are allowed to alter the provision. For our code, the cone of silence terminates when the manager makes a recommendation to the city commission. In this case, I believe that recommendation was made today. It's not what happens here. It's when a memo from the manager that makes a recommendation is issued, that terminates the cone of silence. It was done today, so I don't know what time. That's the answer specifically to your question. Now, as to yours,
Why was it done today?
Wait, I had it in my packet on Friday. I had the rankings on Friday. I had who submitted, and I even saw their submission. So I just want to put that on the record that I don't know why it wasn't in your packet. It was in mine.
The recommend.
No, I mean, the cone of silence is removed once the memo is issued out. So
Right.
you're saying that you received it prior to the memo being issued out?
No, the recommendation to award was public on Tuesday of last week. The difference in this item was that staff, through oversight, did not update the bid sync, the software that we use to push procurement and stuff out. But the notice was made public of recommendation to award last Tuesday. As part of our procurement and even the procurement of this, there's terms and conditions that talk about that and to give when the recommendation to the award and when the cone of silence is lifted. And that was all made part even before the bids came in. But Tuesday was when it was made public what the recommendation of award was to the commission.
In that case, my observation is obviously incorrect, but I saw a memo that was dated the 15th today, so I presume it occurred today.
I would like to make the motion that we vote on whether or not we're going to put this on the table till December.
Control of the agenda is within the province of the commission, and members have the right, because we have a consent agenda, any member may pull an item from the consent agenda for discussion. That is a right of any member.
Oh, that's not,
But
it's not
a
on discussion.
deferral is different than pulling an item for discussion, and that is a matter that is controlled by the full commission.
By the full commission, so we have to vote on it.
If there's a motion, such as you just made,
And there
and
was a
if the
second.
mayor acknowledged the motion and the second, then it is a matter for discussion before you.
Just so, with respect to what Commissioner Smith said earlier, her concern was having someone in the interim time period before this item comes back again. Was that correct, Commissioner?
Well, but now that I see the reason, I think we should go forward to vote on it, because I don't remember when we had this where we interviewed them personally. I think when there's ranking and there's professionals, but I just feel like we shouldn't be in an interim. So I make the motion and you
Okay,
make the
so,
second.
well, I misunderstood your motion.
Okay.
So I'm going to withdraw my second.
I do have a question. This is from a legality standpoint. So you're telling me that there was a memo issue dated today? No, I just want to, because I want to just.
The backup agendas, the memos are typically dated the day of the commission meeting, but that was made public last Tuesday when the agenda was publicized.
I've never seen that before.
Okay.
I'll second Phillips's motion.
All right, so we have a second on the motion, and any discussion?
I mean,
So,
from my seat, I know Commissioner Smuckler wanted to say something, but from my seat, I just want to make sure that we are, in line with how we typically do our procurement processes, and that every person who's applied has the opportunity to respond or to even have conversations with the commission, right? Because at the end of the day, the recommendation is that it is a recommendation. It is not a must. It is not, telling us that we have to do X. But in order for us to really process all of that, having the opportunity to hear from the vendors, I think, is important. And no one has reached out to me. I'm, in all honesty, I've been familiar with the current firm that we have for a number of years now. I think they've been doing a good job. And, so when I heard something different from the manager today, I wanted to make sure that I'm able to fully look into that. That's in my seat. So I can understand if we do, push it back until December, it's another 30 days, but we need to make sure that we have something in the interim. So that's what I would suggest, is to have something in the interim for the next 30 days. Thank you.
Right, it's probably 60 days, but, right, would it be 60 days?
I'm sorry, to the month of December, actually.
Right, okay.
and I'd like to say.
Just one thing before you go, Commissioner. Oh, go ahead, because I want to ask something from.
Okay,
Finance
so
Director.
I
Okay.
don't know why nobody's just like saying it, so I'm going to say it. So I spoke with Jeff Mandesser, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, today, and he actually sent me the letter that was dated today saying that the recommendation of ranking was done, and it's stated today. So I think that's where everybody's getting that October 15th date.
Okay. Question. Can you repeat again, is there any downside to this being deferred? And if so, what is that downside?
Okay, the city needs to have an audit contract. In fact, right now, we're out of contract. So we need to have, if we're going to defer till a later meeting date, we need to have an interim contract with our current audit firm.
So do we have the ability to extend our current contract for 2 months?
We have to do an interim contract. We're out of contract. We've done a 1-year extension for the last 3 years. So we actually need to do another extension, maybe a 60-day or 90-day extension.
But will they accept that?
No, I think they have to, yes, and like, they can't just leave us without it. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would assume that based on the, I'll let procure, because I think she's going to say what I think she's going to go. Sorry.
Do they have to accept taking us for another 60 days?
So based on the nature of the services, it is still up to the firm if they want to extend. 9 times out of 10, they usually do because they're our carrier or they've handled those services. Contractually, we do have the ability under the manager's authority to extend for an additional, 2 months if we needed to.
Could I ask, is the firm that won the top ranking here?
Yes.
Could you introduce me to that firm?
We have here, Marisa is the partner from Markham LLP.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to talk a little bit about our firm. Our firm, Markham LLP, we're located here in South Florida, and we've been around for over 70 years, and we specialize in audits of local municipalities. In South Florida, we audit about 52 municipalities, many of the surrounding, and we're a large firm with 300 employees locally. And we submitted a bid. We're ranked first, as mentioned. It was provided as part of the agenda package. Within the proposal, we shared some references of multiple cities across the state of Florida, which we service. So I'll open up to any questions you may have.
So I'd like to, I'm sorry to interrupt everybody. I'd like to just say something. So he's on, this item is on the agenda, and so is the item with the Motorola radios. They're both on the agenda. I would be willing to at least listen and talk about it and have it for discussion, and because we're kind of going out of order now. So I would be willing to wait till it's time to discuss it, and I will have an open mind about the possibility of tabling it. But, you know, I have questions that the police department is here that I wouldn't mind asking about the Motorola radios that I may not have that opportunity to ask. I'd just call them up and say, hey, answer all my questions. And I would love to hear, this is an opportunity to hear all your questions, which I normally cannot do because of sunshine. So I would be willing to, I would like to leave both of the items on, and with an open mind, I would table it if necessary.
I have another question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. When were you notified that you were ranked #1 and you were going to be considered tonight?
We had submitted some requests to procurement, but we have access to your agenda package, and it's part of the agenda package. Within the agenda package, there's a memo ranking the different firms, where it said that the recommendation today was for the elected body to authorize the city manager to negotiate with the first-ranked firm, and if a successful negotiation was not reached, then the resolution will read that it will go to the second-ranked firm.
That's the way it always is. That was important to me because last Tuesday it was in the agenda, and I know in the past, I can think of one, the landscaping, where they have reached out because they saw it a week before, if they wanted to discuss the fact. That's why I'm in a little bit of a quandary why you didn't have an opportunity.
And another one also is, when I had my agenda briefing with the manager, there was no backup to this particular item. And so my ask to him was for him to actually send me the 3 firms that had actually submitted. So as a commissioner, I have that right to know, right? And so the manager eventually provided those 3 firms. So with that being said, if we're changing firms, I think it's a conversation that the manager should also let us know what's the reasoning. This is the first ranked firm, so to the kudos of your company, you ranked first, but for a service that we've had with one vendor for the last consecutive 3 years or more, I think this is a fair thing that should have had some kind of discussion for that. So does this form warrant that? Potentially, but for me, I need more time.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, like you said, you ranked first. And, as far as processes are concerned, that bid sync is what I'm hearing is the medium by which bidders are alerted, right? And so, that's the continuity that I'm referencing. But really, it's not even about you or about, any of the other ranked firms. It's about who we're doing business with now. And the fact that, I've seen their, hard work. They've taken our city through a couple of, tumultuous years. And I think they've done a pretty good job of explaining themselves on various different issues after audits. And that's, I believe, how long have they been here, Madam? Has it been 5 years, 6 years?
No, 9.
It's been 9 years. Okay, so this is an organization that's been here for quite some time. And because I remember them even when Esmond was here. And so several managers over have trusted them to serve our city. And so, if we're going to move in a different direction, obviously we've gone through a process to do that. I just want to make sure that, there's no issues with what we're doing, and that we are, what they're saying we're going to get is what we're going to get. I think me and the manager, we had a conversation about pricing and, how similar to insurance, people walk in the door with one rate, and then a couple of renewals later, prices go up. So we wanted to take a look into that. And so, Commissioner Smuckler, I'm with you. If you want to take a look at this later on, but with an open mind of perhaps giving it some more time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, we got it.
You have a motion on the table with the vote on?
Yeah.
I don't think we motioned yet.
We have a motion and a second.
Motion.
Oh, okay, and then, I have no problem with
No more discussion. Okay, good. All right, so just to be clear,
Do I have
that,
to amend the motion?
yeah, what is the motion?
Do I have to amend the motion to include, you want me to include the Motorola?
Yes,
Okay.
both of them, yes.
All right, second.
Okay.
So
I
the
make-
motion is to undefer the 2 items.
Right.
Just those two,
and
okay.
here, the-
Right, but,
Never voted on.
Correct.
right,
Correct.
so then I wanted to ask Commissioner Jean about her reasoning for wanting to defer 11.4, which is to approve city events, fee waiver, and facility usage policy.
Thank you. So during our workshop, I also made motion to the fact that I had requested a meeting with the manager to discuss the events that I had planned. That meeting never happened. So with that being said, I don't feel comfortable moving forward with this item.
So is the motion now going to include all 3?
Well, if it's include all 3, then I guess you need the motion to approve the agenda the way it is.
I would leave it in, again, with an open mind. Discuss-
No, I would have to make the motion to withdraw, to defer those for the commission meeting and take them out of the consent agenda. That's what I have to do. So
None
They're
of
not in
these are.
consent.
No.
none of them were in the consent?
Not in consent. So basically, what we would need to do is
Okay.
withdraw the motions, and then we'd have to vote if we're going to approve the amended
Okay,
agenda.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, so then, basically, the way that we're going to do, there won't be any of those amendments on there then, except the only amendment on the agenda will be the manager's request to move 11.3 to the first item to be heard.
And now we have to vote on
Madam
it.
Clerk, is that correct?
Yes, but you need to vote on it. The body needs to approve it.
We have to, we need a vote to approve so I need a motion, a second to approve the amended agenda as we just stated it would
Not
be.
amended. Oh, amended because of manager. Okay.
Yep, so we need that motion and that second.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Second.
Okay, all right. And all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right,
Yay.
passes. One opposed?
Yes.
Commissioner John. Otherwise, passes with the one opposed. Okay. Next,
That only took a half an hour.
Madam Clerk, is 5.1 still on, or is that not going to happen?
No, that's not going to happen.
Okay, great. Okay.
She'll be
so-
here in December.
Okay, looking forward to that.
What?
Commissioner Bastian was going to be coming, but she couldn't make it today. Okay, next is 5.2, and introduction by Florida State Representative-elect Wallace Aristide, District 107. Come on up.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I'm truly pleased to be here tonight. I wanted to come and let everybody know I'm grateful here in this amazing city of North Miami Beach, so I bring greetings. I want to thank Mayor Piper, Vice Mayor Smith, Commissioners Chernoff, Jean Smuggler, Flormont, and Joseph. North Miami Beach has been a city that has been impactful in my life. I grew up in the area. I remember going to a mall called 163rd Street Mall in the 80s. It was big. I remember going to a movie theater when I grew up, and it was amazing. It was where you have the Home Depot. Those things meant so much to me. This city, as you know, was founded in 1926 by Captain William Fulford, U.S. Coast Guard captain. The city was renamed, I believe, in 1931, which it became North Miami Beach. We have some tremendous areas in this city. When you talk about the great Eastern Shores, you talk about Highland Village, you talk about Fulford by the Sea, Ulita, you talk about Sky Lake, you talk about Windward, you talk about Pickwick Estate, and you talk about the historic Washington Park. These are the things that make North Miami Beach a place where people could come and live. So myself, as your soon-to-be sworn in state representative, I want you to know that I want to work in collaboration with this city. I want to be in communication to see what I can do when we get to Tallahassee. We want to be in a position when we get to Tallahassee where we collaborate on infrastructure funding, housing affordability, economic development, environmental protection and sustainability, public safety, education support. We want to be able to come together, and you know that you have a voice in Tallahassee working on behalf of the city of North Miami Beach. I think that's important. There's a couple people I'd like to thank personally, but before I thank them, I want to thank the residents of North Miami Beach for the commitment, the demonstration, what they demonstrated in nominating me as their state representative. I don't take it lightly. I think it's important. There's a lot of work to be done. Anybody that knows me, I'm what they call a worker. I have come here to put in the work. I've come here to build a relationship. I've come here to see a North Miami Beach where everybody's working together. I want to be a part of that. I have come here to a District 107 that needs to work for all our friends, our neighbors, everybody in District 107. That is a job I'd like to do. And I want to personally thank a couple people that came here. I want to thank Jose Fuentes. He was very instrumental. Max Losner. I want to thank a great friend of mine, Mr. Lorenzo Hall. I want to thank a gentleman that helped me the whole time, Mr. Dewey Knight, Henrietta Lacey, Patrick Mayon. I want to thank a young man by the name of Mackinson Junti. I want to thank Mr. Gochen Bernard. There's so many people that I could thank, and I could name their names that may be here, that may be listening. But I want everybody to know that when we get to Tallahassee, we have a state representative that plans to work upon their behalf. All I promise during my campaign is I'm going to put in the work. And I think it'll be demonstrated, and I'll have an opportunity to bring you back information, the news in Tallahassee. And we're hoping that every time I come, it's some good news. And I think good news always starts with resources. So those are things we plan on doing. And I want to thank you for just allowing me to just say a couple words tonight. My name is Wallace Aristide, Representative-elect for District 107 and one of my municipalities. And it's all of North Miami Beach. So I'm truly really grateful and thankful. Thank you so very much. I can't miss my city manager, Mario. I want to thank you so much. You have been amazing, your staff. I want to thank everybody, city attorney. I want to thank everybody that's here on this dais. I want to thank you for welcoming me, making me feel that I'm at home. Thank you for allowing me to be in the house with each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say one thing before he leaves. He thanked everybody, but the most important person he didn't thank was his beautiful wife, who was there that night, and he admitted she's the one that did the work to get him there. And we are fortunate to have you and your beautiful wife working for our city. Thank you.
I want to thank you for reminding me. Beautiful wife, wherever you at. Beautiful wife, thank you. I don't want any issues when I get home. Thank you so much for saying that.
Mr. Aristide, Representative-elect, I want to thank you for stopping by North Miami Beach. And just in hearing you describe our city that we live in, it's like you want to move out and move right back in again, because you did such a good job of describing our city, and the energy that you're going to bring to Tallahassee, you know, is so key and so important. Because the reality is that no matter what side of the aisle that you're on, when someone like you speaks, people listen. And so we appreciate the fact that you're going to go up there to Tallahassee and fight on our behalf and bring back those dollars to North Miami Beach. Thank you so much.
And if I may also, soon to be Representative Aristide, we have a water plant. It's not in North Miami Beach, but it's our water plant, and I'm hoping that one day you take a tour of it, because it is something special and something you should learn a lot about. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All good? All right. Thanks again. And next is 5.3, presentation of the fiscal year 2024 third quarter budget versus actual report. And Ron Stewart.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Before we do our budget to actual report, I'd like to introduce our audit partner, Andrew Fairman from Caballero, Llerena, Fairman and Garcia. He's here to present the results of the FY 2023 fiscal audit. So we're going to have Andrew come and do his presentation before we present our finance department budget to actual financials. Andrew. Okay.
He started with us.
Yes, I know.
He started with us. We love him. He's a North Miami Beach person.
No, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Andrew Fairman, and I'm a partner with Caballero, Fairman, Llerena, and Garcia, or CFLG for short. And as Sophia said, I am the partner in charge of the city's audit. I'm here tonight to provide a brief presentation on your annual comprehensive financial report for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk through a few of the different sections, point out a few things, and paraphrase a few things, and then open it up for any questions that you may have for me or for the finance director. So it's broken up into various sections. There's 4 sections that it's broken up into. It's the introductory section, the financial section, the statistical section, and the compliance section. So within the introductory section, there's items such as the letter of transmittal, there's information on the structure of the city, and also, and what I wanted to point out, it's on page 11, is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This was provided by the Government Finances Officers Association. It is a prestigious award. The city has gotten the award for the last 32 or 33 years. The city did receive it, as it shows here, for the 2022 ACFR. This one has been submitted as well, and is going to be submitted as well, and we do expect that it will receive the award once again, as it does meet all the requirements. So again, a very, very positive thing for the city there, again, for the last 32 or 33 years having gotten this prestigious award. I'm going to move right into the next section, which is the financial section. And the very first item within there, on pages 14 through 16 of the document, is the independent auditor's report. And that's broken up into various sections. The first section is the opinion section, and that's the most important section. It talks about what we've audited, as well as our opinion on the financial statements, and that states that we have audited the accompanying financial statements of the city of North Miami Beach as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2023. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the city as of September 30th, 2023. Now, that's an unmodified or a clean opinion, and that's, of course, the only opinion that you want on your financial statements. The next section talks about under what standards we performed our audit, and that states that we conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America and government auditing standards. The next section talks about what management's responsibilities are for the financial statements. So management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. The last section I'm going to point out is what our responsibilities are as auditors. That states, our objectives are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that includes our opinion. So right after the auditor's report, running from pages 17 through 30 of the document, is the management discussion analysis. And again, if nobody else reads anything else in this document, you should read this. It talks about the year. It compares current year to prior year. It provides explanations for those changes year over year, and it's written from management's perspective. It's a really, really good executive summary of what's within the document, and it's basically pages 17 through 30. So it's about 13 pages out of this document that's almost over 150 pages. So again, very, very, very good information within the management discussion analysis. Right after the management discussion analysis, beginning on page 31 and running to page 41, are the basic financial statements. This includes the city's government-wide statement of net position, as well as a statement of activities, and the fund financial statements for the various governmental funds, proprietary funds, and the fiduciary funds. Main thing that I want to point out here is on page 33, which is the balance sheet for the governmental funds. This is the snapshot on that date, and specifically in the first column, which is the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the city. Going down to the bottom of the page there, the unassigned fund balance for the city was approximately $28.3 million at the end of the year. Again, that was at September 30th, 2023. I'm sorry?
So we don't have that book.
Oh, you don't have the.
No.
You don't have a copy. Gotcha. Okay. So I will direct you as we go through then as to what I'm looking at within the document. So yeah, I'm pointing out pages. That doesn't mean anything. So I'm just gonna move forward with that. Yes. There should be.
There is a book in the correspondence. I thought you had it as part of the agenda. I apologize.
No, there's no hyperlink or anything.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I can provide it shortly to you.
So running through the next section after the financial statements themselves.
Can you go back a little bit to the unassigned fund balance
Sure.
amount?
Yes, the unassigned fund balance within the general fund at September 30th, 2023 was approximately $28.3 million. Yes. And there was an overall increase in fund balance within the general fund of approximately $4.4 million. So
This is no fault of your own. I just want to make sure, because it feels at least that we're having issues following along, because we don't have any.
Right, you don't have the document in front of you.
Right. I think, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Sure.
I apologize. I didn't mean to.
Okay, you're ready.
Yeah. So are we able to get copies and then he can come back?
Okay, I can, yeah, it's a big document. It'll take a little while to print. I can print the correspondence in about 5 minutes.
Is it online? Can we,
Or maybe they can email it to us or something. So
can we find it now online?
We have it in here now.
Can we look on the computers we have in front of us?
Well, Commissioner Smith's not going to have that ability.
Oh, okay.
Okay, she can share mine.
Okay, if we can view it online, we have computers in front of us.
Okay.
Manager? We can, yeah, okay.
reports and.
We have not.
What are your thoughts? Manager.
I'm okay. I got some ice cream.
You have to come to this
Okay.
Something for love.
Probably.
October 26th.
I'll be right.
You have to.
Snacks.
But you could be, that's he actually asked me, and so I'm happy to bring something. No. Oh, wow. After you shall receive.
You can join us when we both go on Ozempic.
You think you only get these on flights, right? You can get them.
They were in the bowl and took them to the big white powder. You can't really.
I know you sent a genuine request for it to go to the, so we'll look up at the, let me get this. What is it? In the meantime, I had a quick question through the mayor. Can you speak to the state audit and any work that you've done through the manager as well, if you can elaborate on any updates there?
The state has their own auditors. The information was shared with our auditors that they took a look at it, but that was a completely different audit that the state oversaw.
Are there any overlaps with what the state reported and any of your findings for this particular quarter? Or prior?
This audit only looked at the previous fiscal year. The state was looking back, I think it was like 3 years, and then they were just sampling what our new policies were. So there was no overlap on the expenditures that they were seeing. Okay.
By the way, while we're working on that, is there
Document already?
a findings or a wrap-up or something like that that you can maybe share in the meantime as to what your overall findings were, your overall opinions were as a result of the audit?
Yeah, so the quick summary is that obviously the audit is an unmodified, a clean opinion on the financial statements, once again this year. We also include in the compliance section, which is the fourth section of the document, there's reports back there. There's a report that's required under generally accepted government auditing standards. There's also a report that's required under the Federal Single Audit Act. The city was once again subject to the single audit for the grants this year. So within your a Yellow Book report, your generally accepted government standards report, which talks about internal controls compliance. There was 3 findings that we did report within there that management has responded to. So there's those, and there was one related to the basically to the filing, one related to the overall financial close, and one related to bank reconciliations that they're detailed within there. The management has responded to and put together a corrective action plan for.
Okay. So everything that was identified is either corrected or in the works for being corrected.
And the works are being corrected, yes.
Everybody look at your city email. We all just got it.
Did it come up?
On your phone, Phyllis.
I don't have that phone. What was he looking at on the phone?
Yeah, the document that he's referring to, the exhibit.
Why don't we call it 5-minute recess and go upstairs and print one for Phyllis?
Yeah, okay.
It's being printed. It's coming down.
It's coming down? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
So it looks like you've all received a copy of the communications to those charged with governance letter. Yes, that's the communication to those charged with governance letter. That's also provided with the financial statements. I think I already gave you kind of like the overview on the document, what flows through there as well. What you also have there is obviously the communication to those charged with governance letter. Were you able to access a copy of the annual comprehensive financial report, or no?
It's also in that email.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right. So just continuing through the document and just again giving you the overview. One of the biggest parts within there is pages 42 through 81, which is the notes to the financial statements, and that includes the required disclosures that provide additional information on the city as well as the numbers that are presented within the financial statements. So it's always recommended that those notes are read in conjunction with the financial statements because it tells the whole story. It basically includes details of the numbers that are presented within the financial statements, not only numerical details, but also details, narrative details, which explain things that happened during the year, explain additional information on the numbers that are presented within there. It's got a lot of good information within there as well, again, to be read in conjunction with the financial statements. Now, staying within that financial section, because we're in the second section of the document, there's required supplementary information. Within that required supplementary information, there's budget to actual information on the pensions that are required to be presented within there, and that's required under the governmental accounting standards. That needs to be included with your financial statements, or should be. The one thing that I wanted to point out within there that's included, which I think is 2 pages, but it has a lot of good information, is the budget to actual for your general fund, because it basically shows the original adopted budget, it shows the final amended budget, and then it compares the actual results to that final amended budget. So just high level for total revenues for the year, the final budget was approximately $53.7 million. The actual revenue was approximately $58.3 million. So there was a positive variance of approximately $5 million in revenue. So revenue came in $5 million more than budgeted. And on the next page, so it's on 2 pages. The second page has the expenses. Just overall with the expenses, the final budget was approximately $77.6 million. The actual was approximately $63 million. So there was approximately a $14 million variance between the final adopted budget and the actual results. So again, a lot of good information on those 2 pages because it shows the results of the general fund, which obviously is the main operating fund of the city. So it's, again, I definitely recommend reviewing that as well when you go through the document. And the The third section within the document, we've talked about the introductory section, we've talked about the financial section. Now, going back to page 115 within there is the statistical section. The statistical section is actually a section that's required to be included if you want to achieve the certificate of achievement from the Government Finance Officers Association. So you need to include that statistical section. So it's, again, it has financial trend information. It talks about debt information. It's got operating information of the city. And the really cool thing about it is that it shows 10 years of information. So you can see like the last 10 years of financial information for the city to see where the city's been and up to where it's at now. It's put together by finance, by getting information from various departments of the city, from places outside of the city. So again, it's a lot of work for the city to put together, but again, it's a lot of really good information for the residents to review. And the last section, which was the section that I was talking about now with your question, Mr. Mayor, is the compliance section, which includes those reports that are required under generally accepted government auditing standards, as well as the rules of the Auditor General of the state of Florida. And as I mentioned, within there were 3 matters that we reported that management has responded to, and they're detailed there within the document. And finally, what we also received, what you received a copy of, is our communications to those charged with governance letter. This is the letter that we provide to you on an annual basis of those communications that our professional standards require us to go over with you at the end of the audit. They're all standard communications. Talks about if we want to point any changes in accounting policies, and we point out within there that there was a new GASB statement, that was a new Government Accounting Standards Board statement that was implemented by the city. We point out any footnotes that we think you might want to look at. It's nothing negative. It's just saying, hey, you might want these are good disclosures you might want to take a look at. It talks about if we had any disagreements with management, which we did not. Overall, I'd like to thank Sophia, her team, the manager, and the rest of the city staff for the cooperation assistance throughout the audit process. The city has had its challenges this year with turnover in the finance department and getting through this process. So it's great that they've been able to complete the process and that we're able to be here to present the financial statements to you today. I'd also like to thank the commission as well for the trust that you've put in me and my firm to perform the audit all of these years and to be able to be with you, like as the commissioner had mentioned earlier, through thick and thin. So I really appreciate that as well. And I want to say it's truly been an honor and privilege to be of service to the city. So thank you very much. And again, it's great to be able to be here to present to you tonight. And I'll open up to any additional questions you may have at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, many questions?
I just have one. So we had a $14 million less that we spent, and we received $5 million more than we anticipated. So does that go into the general fund?
That's all within the general fund. Yeah, that's all. That all has to do. That also goes to the general fund. Yes, that budget to actual was within the general fund. So yes.
So besides our tax revenue, we're up 19 million.
Well, the increase overall, and I'll defer to Sophia on that. The increase overall that you had in the general fund, the net income was approximately just over $4 million, and there was also an increase in your unassigned fund balance. Your unassigned fund balance at year end was approximately $28 million.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Just one more question through the mayor. I remember a couple years ago we talked about how we can, forecast, because these reports are retrospective in nature. So in the last couple of years, have you seen that our finance department and our city in general has been able to forecast, and has that been able to help us to save money in particular areas or see where there's wasteful spending and things of that sort?
Well, just in looking at your trends overall, obviously as of September 30th, 2023, just looking within your general fund, you can see that there was an increase in the overall fund balance. There was an overall increase in your unassigned fund balance. So that definitely shows. And then looking at your budget to actual report, you can see that there was within the line items there was no matters of overspending within specific line items, specific functions within the city. So that's always a good check, which is why I point out that budget to actual report, because it gives you a good idea of how the city scored against the budget. And you know, looking at the budget to actual there, the city did not spend over budget within the various functions.
Got it. Thank you. And like I said, as far as this being retrospective in nature, I think, just speaking from a commission standpoint, that when I look at these reports, it's really about taking them and seeing what we can do moving forward to just streamline processes and be more efficient. And, it's a good thing that we're actually having a nice unassigned fund balance, and we're bringing in more than we're actually budgeting from the last fiscal year. But just want to make sure that we're more efficient as a whole, and in how we approach, the way we do business here as a city. So thank you for the information, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, all good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any action by us or no?
No. No. Okay. Next is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other at all times. Mr. David Zapin.
David Zapin, proprietor of zapintech.com, host of Wage Theft Nation online radio show. Again, happy holidays, everyone, as we count down to Halloween. As we count down to the election, I hope we get more treats than tricks. As we try to keep in mind how to balance past experience versus plans for the future, the needs of employers with those of employees, and similar balancing acts. I was a chemistry major long ago, but even my math has limits. So my congratulations to the previous speaker on explaining the finances. And I realize there's going to be a lot of anger, some of it righteous, but thankfully there is no need to defund the police or the FBI. There's no reason to fear FEMA when they show up with correct credentials. But unfortunately, despite my efforts, there's no rule that says that networks over the air otherwise have to have a social studies school teacher like myself on staff. So you just have a lot of people with big microphones and sometimes dubious resumes. Sure, sometimes they get it right, but unfortunately, just as there is no actual right to vote for president, look it up, Bush v. Gore. Life isn't fair, but please, if we work together through these rambunctious times, we'll be okay. And on a lighter note, this was my postcard a while back. In the future, I hope all candidates will keep a thought to having postcards that actually fit in mailboxes instead of spilling out of them. I understand you want to print more information, but too much of a good thing can be just too much. So please, let's try to have some balance, because yes, we try not to panic, and yet sometimes it is, to quote a greater man, sometimes it's the perfect time to panic. So again, happy holidays, and let's be safe out there. Good night.
Thank you.
Any other speakers?
Good evening. Good evening. That will be short and sweet.
Microphone down.
Okay. I just want to thank you, City Commission, Mayor,
Speaker.
and Ms. Smith for the wonderful job with seniors.
Skeeter wants you to tell her
They-
name.
My name is Ludwika Konik.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for a beautiful job. We are only the city that we can be proud of our elected official, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that you stay in the power, because you're taking care of the seniors and the children. So those are two most sensitive groups. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I got it.
All right, good evening, everyone. Melissa Winchester in reference to the Voters Council. Just a quick reminder, next week, Monday, is our Meet the Candidate for our re-electing and new people coming. It is a small, so out of each row, if one person comes, great, because it's going to be a tight space, but we look forward to hearing your new visions for 2025 and going forward, okay?
Give the address, please, and the time.
Oh, Sugarfoot. The address to Washington Park Community Center is 15290 Northeast 15th Court, North Miami Beach, Florida, 33162.
And what time is?
And the time is 6:30.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Monday.
Monday night, the 21st, right?
Yes.
Missy.
It's the 21st, Monday night. That is to meet the candidates. So Voters Council has invited everybody to come to Washington Park Monday night.
Okay. Public comment still?
I do not have any signed speakers. Anyone
Okay,
else?
so let the record reflect that no one else has come forward. And we're on to announcements. Mr. Manager.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to go through a list of our October and November events. This Thursday, October 17th, we have Farm Share drive-through distribution at Yulita at 9 a.m. till 12 p.m. On Friday, October 18th, we have Tertulia. It's an event with 6 different authors at the North Miami Beach Library at 6 p.m. On Saturday, October 19th, Children's Hispanic Heritage Celebration at the North Miami Beach Library at 1:30 p.m. Saturday, October 19th, the same day, they have a book signing event with Danielle Gerald Rosier at the library from 6 to 9. That Monday, October 21st, early voting begins. The following Saturday, October 26th, breast cancer awareness event at the North Miami Beach Library from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. That same Saturday, October 26th, is Monster Mash Bash here at City Hall from 5 to 9. On Tuesday, October 29th, is our Washington Park Community Center groundbreaking ceremony at 10 a.m. Saturday, November 3rd, is the last day of early voting. On Tuesday, November 5th, it's Election Day. Wednesday, November 6th, we have Community Zumba at Yulita Park. And on Wednesday, November 13th, we have our karaoke night that was postponed at the McDonald's Center. That is all.
Okay, thank you much. Okay, next is City Commission reports. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Chernoff?
Good evening, everybody. Excuse me. I'd first like to congratulate Juan Paninos for being our new acting chief. Juan, stand up, let everybody see you. Thank you, Mario, for that appointment. I'd like to wish everybody in the Jewish community a Chag Sameach, which is the next event that's coming up, Sukkot. So we wish them a happy, festive Sukkot. Again, everybody heard that the elections are coming up. Please go out and vote for the kids for Halloween. Don't take any candy from anybody you don't know. Make sure your parents are with you. It's very important. There's a lot of festivities that you can go to and not go trick-or-treating door to door if you'd like. So please adhere to that. Everybody have a wonderful evening.
Commissioner Florimon, excuse me.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out to our commission meeting. As Commissioner Chernoff mentioned, on the evening of tomorrow, the 16th, I just want to make sure I said right, Sukkot it's the beginning of Sukkot, right? And I appreciate our team for giving out the palm fronds this afternoon. And, it's a festive time of year. Unfortunately, this year is unlike no other for the Jewish community because of what happened on October 7th. But our thoughts and prayers are with the entire Jewish community, especially here in North Miami Beach. And, but we do wish the community as festive as it can be holiday season. In addition to that, I want to make sure that we keep pushing on the fact that we have the We Care to Share program. And so the amount that people can receive is $600 towards their water bill. So, please apply for this program. And the maximum household incomes are listed in the actual form here. So if you have if it's a one-person household, maximum is $95,000, two-person household, $108,000, a three-person household, $122,000, four-person household, $136,000, five-person household, $147,000, up to eight-person household, $179,000. So the reality is most of the homes in North Miami Beach should be able to qualify to receive this $600 towards their water bill. So please apply for this program. The money's here for that purpose. And, thank you to my colleagues for supporting that effort. Aside from that, I look forward to an expedient meeting and, wishes do come true, right? So we'll see what happens tonight. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues to congratulate Acting Chief Panios on the years of service and your recent promotion. And with that being said as well, I know we had a few deaths in our community by gun violence, and so I want to ask for prayers for those families that have lost loved ones to gun violence, especially here in North Miami Beach, and also ask for our community to keep our law enforcement in prayer as well, as they do a very serious job of keeping our community safe. Also to the Jewish community, happy holiday and celebrate with joy. I had the chance to attend an anti-bullying conference put on by Udonis Haslam Foundation and the Brain Trust Foundation. That was an amazing opportunity for me to recognize their work. So I want to send a special shout out to them as well. And for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, for those women and men as well, please get checked out. Make sure you do your annual mammogram. And as you know, October is also Domestic Violence Month. So we empathize with victims as we champion their safety. Thank you so much and have a great meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I think I left about 10 seconds on out of my 3 minutes. I just wanted to add that, congratulations to now Acting Chief Panios. I also wanted to say that, it's two, what I feel are brothers, that are really have always been working in our police department to make it better. And so Acting Deputy Chief as well, Mr. Stuart Nichols, I also want to congratulate you as well. Congratulations.
Commissioner Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Echo the same sentiments. Happy holidays. Hoxameg, good suckers. That's how you. Hoxameg. The Yiddish way. Also want to commend the city manager and the staff. We had a close call last week in regards to the hurricane. I think we we showed the community that we can be very active and diligent and really being able to supply sandbags and keeping them informed. So I want to commend the staff for being at the ready. And we had a lot of people on the community on our Facebook saying thank you so very much. And I want to commend you guys for all that great work. Hurricane season doesn't end till November 30th. So please, everyone, stay vigilant out there. And we might have another one, hopefully not. That's spinning out there in the Caribbean. Nadine. Hopefully it doesn't head our way. But again, please stay safe. Make sure that you're cutting your trees, doing the best you can to make sure that you don't have any projectiles out there. This is starting to be the new normal for us. We have these bursts of activity in the Caribbean, and then it kind of slows down. But those quiet times it looks like it's going to be coming to an end. So I just want you guys to stay diligent, stay safe, stay blessed, and thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler?
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. So I also want to congratulate our new acting chief, Major Juan Pilnillo. So does he keep the title of major? Does that go away? So it's just acting chief, okay? So congratulations, and also to our acting deputy chief who doesn't keep his title either as major, okay? So congratulations to both of you. We know now that the police department is in a great place. So I'm so excited to be a commissioner with both of you at the helm. I want to wish all my Jewish friends and families a Chag Sameach Sukkot and joyous Simchat Torah. We wear pink here today because we are recognizing Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Last night I was at an event totally not related to breast cancer, and I bumped into an old friend of mine from when I was probably 10 years old, and he told me that his wife couldn't come because last week she had a double mastectomy. And how did he discover it? He hugged her, and when he hugged her, he felt something was off, and that's how he discovered that she had breast cancer. So the power of a hug is amazing. Yes. We are also at the North Miami Beach Library on October 26th. We will be doing something special, as always, at the library we do for breast cancer awareness, and it'll continue on that day. To the manager's office, when we had that storm back in June, we were probably like the only city that didn't flood. We did an amazing job, and once again, even though there was no flooding this time, but once again, I was on the daily calls twice a day with the Kava's office, and we were super prepared. The police department, Public Works, our manager's office, I don't know who I'm missing, but whoever I'm missing, everybody, all of staff, we were super prepared. Thank you all for making sure that our city was going to be safe in case we didn't know it wasn't coming this way, but you know what? Better safe than sorry, right? And thank you, as always, thank you to the North Miami Beach Police Department for protecting my family, my friends, my neighbors, my family, our city staff, employees, everyone, and visitors, everyone in North Miami, and me, myself, and our commission. Thank you so much for always being there for us.
Vice Mayor Smith?
Thank you. I want to say, first and foremost, that it is not only Breast Cancer Month, but as you know, it's also against violence, and violence can happen in a lot of ways. You think of violence maybe between a man and a woman, but those that know or cook, and like Ina that's on television, she always says, I'm not a chef, I'm a cook. She wrote 15, 20 famous cookbooks, and she tells the story that she never had children because she thought she'd be a terrible mother, because as a child, her father used to drag her around the house by the hair. So violence works in very funny ways. Pay attention to your children. Pay attention. I walked in the pouring rain last week against violence, and they came from all over Dade County to walk with us. But it's not just a man, it's not just a woman. Pay attention to your children. See if they changed their personality. See if you notice something about them that's different. And then if they don't want to talk to you, encourage them to talk to clergy, encourage them to talk to a counselor at school. But make sure your children are not being bullied or being abused by a neighbor, a family member, who knows. That's very important. And the other thing I'd like to say is we are very lucky here in North Miami Beach. Commissioner brought it up, but we have the command center right here when there's a storm. Our manager spent the night here in the city to make sure that if not only North Miami Beach, but neighboring communities needed our help, we were ready to go. So with that, I too want to thank our new acting chief, Pinellas, and I also want to thank our deputy and these two men, Mr. Nicholas. They work together. We are in very good hands, and thank the manager for making sure of that. The thing that I want to also instill upon everybody, because everybody that doesn't know, we're all going to celebrate my 58th anniversary on Halloween. 58 years. So this medal may be dipped in something else because I may have deserved that, or maybe he deserves it, those that know me. But, you know, because of that, my mother-in-law had warned me. She was married on Halloween, and her brother-in-law and sister-in-law were married on Halloween. She had warned me, don't get married on Halloween because you can never go out. You have to stay home, give out candy, take care of your kids, take care of your house. Well, I have stayed home for those 58 years, and I can tell you it's very important that you watch what your children do. I get over 1,000 kids at my house. We really get bombarded. Watch their costumes if they don't trip. Watch that they run up to dogs and they don't get bitten. Watch what they're putting in their mouth, especially little ones with hard candy. Don't let them choke. So Halloween is a fun time. We have an amazing program here in North Miami Beach. If you haven't been to it, come when the manager goes through it. He's scared to death. We kind of have to hold his hand and make him go. And there's candy at the... So funny. Wasn't it funny? I still remember it. You think he's a tall, big man's man? Just put a ghost in front of him, or a witch. You'll see a whole different personality. And at the end, there's candy for the kids. So there is a safe place to go. Come here to our Monster Bash. And I wish all the Jewish friends a happy holiday. I wish everybody a safe, wonderful holiday, not only this Jewish holiday, but also for the Halloween, the Thanksgiving that's coming up, and the Christmas. We have to take care of each other. We have to take care of each other. And I want to tell you all, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And the big thing of all, remember to vote. And if you want to know who you're voting for in North Miami Beach, come down to Washington Park next Monday night at 6:30 and meet your candidates. At what time? I'm sorry, I confirm it's 7. Come down to Washington Park at 7. If you get there at 6:30, I don't think anybody will be there to open the gate. But come at 7 to Washington Park and meet your candidates. And please, everybody vote. Vote early. Voting is in Aventura or North Miami Library. It starts next Monday for 14 days. And then, of course, on voting day for 12 days. So don't go on the 13th and 14th day because you won't get in.
And everybody, please come to Monster Bash and walk with the manager. We charge a little extra because it's so much fun to walk with the manager, but you'll enjoy.
And everybody just stay safe and good night.
Mayor
and happy anniversary, Woody.
Mayor Piper.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to Acting Chief Juan Pinillos and Deputy Chief Stuart Nichols. Enjoyed working with you in the past and looking forward to working even closer with you going forward. To a little bit of service to our business community, wearing my NMB chamber hat for a moment. There's a networking lunch this coming Thursday at the Golden Chariot Restaurant. Well, there might be, we know people. And then there's an evening networking event. This is a good one because at the Chamber we are serious about business, but we're also serious about fun. And there's a Halloween party at the St. Fort's Funeral Home on October 30th. So if you want to come to the spooky Halloween party at the funeral home,
that's a good one.
It's a good one. So,
Very good. Decorate unbelievable.
yeah, and there are a couple little secrets I'll share is that there's going to be a Michael Jackson impersonator tribute kind of person there, as well as some other fun things happening. So definitely something to check out. Other than that, happy Jewish holidays, Chag Sameach, happy Halloween. And in the event we don't meet before Thanksgiving, and I know we're reaching out there, but in the event we don't meet before then, happy Thanksgiving.
We're not
So, huh?
I don't think we are meeting.
That's why I covered Thanksgiving on behalf of the whole commission. So, all right.
Leslie did say that there were no more seats to everybody.
You got it. Okay. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
For what?
Consent.
Oh, really?
All right. So next, we are onto the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, good. And Mr. Attorney.
Item 9.1, budget workshop minutes of August 21st, 2024. Item 9.2, budget hearing minutes of September 10th, 2024. Item 9.3, commission conference minutes of September 17th, 2024. Item 9.4, regular commission meeting minutes of September 17th, 2024. Item 9.5, budget hearing minutes of September 25th, 2024. Item 9.6, resolution number R 2024-110, approved change order for swimming pool chemicals from Allied Universal. Andrew Plotkin, Parks and Recreation Director. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with Allied Universal Corp. For swimming pool chemicals, increasing the contract amount by $25,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, scrivener errors, severability, subject to budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2024-111. Approved cloud-based phone system piggyback with Ring Central. Ricardo Castillo, Chief Information Officer. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Ring Central, Inc., for the purchase of unified communications equipment and software, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener errors, providing for severability subject to budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2024-112, approve recommendations of award ITB 24-011 as the AS Pest and Rodent Control Services, Sam Zamacona, Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB-24-011, AS Pest and Rodent Control Services, with two lowest responsive and responsible bidders. Northwest Extermination Company, LLC, and Tower Pest Control, Inc., as primary and secondary vendors, respectively, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with both the primary and secondary vendors in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $90,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary if it's drawn this way. Sorry, here. To effectuate this resolution and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds and providing for an effective date. Resolution 9.9, budget item 9.9, resolution number R 2024-113, approve a piggyback contract with Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company for the purchase of tires, tubes, and services. Sam Zamacona, Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company for the purchase of tires, tubes, and services in an estimated annual budgeted amount of $370,000. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2024-114, approve Florida International University North Campus, Biscayne, North Miami Beach, Transit Overlay District Master Plan Grant. Edward Eng, Interim Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the acceptance of the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization, Miami-Dade TPO, municipal grant administered by Miami-Dade TPO, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2024-115, approve agreement for traffic congestion at 163rd Street and Biscayne Boulevard, sponsored by Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing support for a collaborative request to the Miami-Dade Transportation Planning Organization and the Florida Department of Transportation to prioritize a study addressing traffic congestion at the intersection of 163rd Street and Biscayne Boulevard, authorizing the mayor and city manager to execute a joint letter with neighboring cities, providing for distribution and providing for an effective date. That is your
Move to adopt.
consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, on to 11.3 that we're going to take out of order. So let me get up.
Yes, Mayor.
And we need a motion and a second to introduce 11.3.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Attorney.
Item 11.3, resolution number R 2024-118, approve special obligation bond series 2024 for Washington Park site construction. Sophia Taylor, Interim Finance Director. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing and providing for the issuance of special obligation bonds, Series 2024 Parks Project, in an amount not to exceed $30 million for the purpose of funding the project and paying costs of issuance, providing that the Series 2024 bonds shall be limited obligations of the issuer payable from non-ad valorem revenues budgeted, appropriated, and deposited as provided herein, delegating the award of the sale of the Series 2024 bonds to the mayor, making certain provisions and delegating certain responsibilities with respect to the execution, with respect to the Series 2024 bonds, approving the form and authorizing the execution and delivery of a disclosure dissemination agent agreement, approving the form and authorizing the execution and delivery of a bond purchase agreement, approving the form of a preliminary official statement, and delegating to the mayor or the finance director the authority to deem final for certain purposes and approve the use of and distribution of the preliminary official statement and execution of a final official statement with respect to the Series 2024 bonds. Appointing a registrar and paying agent, providing for the rights, security, and remedies for the bonds. Remedies for the holders of the Series 2024 bonds. Authorizing certain officials of the issuer to execute such Series 2024 bonds and all necessary documents on behalf of the issuer, and to take all actions required in connection with the sale, issuance, and delivery of such 2024
bonds.
Yeah, with respect remedies for the holders of the Series 2024 bonds, authorizing certain officials of the issuer to execute such Series 2024 bonds and all necessary documents on behalf of the issuer, and to take all actions required in connection with the sale, issuance, and delivery of such Series 2024 bonds, making certain covenants and agreements in connection therewith, repealing all resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. I guess we've got Sophia to speak on the item.
Okay. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioner. Staff brought this item before you for approval for the issuance of a no more than $30 million bond to fund the Washington Park construction project. The details of the bond will be forthcoming as we move forward. After approval of this resolution, then we'll move forward. Also, I have Ms. Jolinda Heron. She's our bond counsel, and she will answer specific questions that you may have concerning the issuance. Mayor, as you know, the Washington Park project is a subject that is so dear to everyone's heart. And in order for the city to move forward with the construction of the project, staff has decided that issuing a bond would be the most effective way, financially sound way to complete this project, because the city does not have a capital projects fund that we've been building up over the years. So we're issuing for the funding, which approximately $1.5 million per year for debt service over the next 30 years. And I have Jolinda to come up and speak on specifics for this issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jolinda Herring, and I'm with the law firm of Bryant Miller Olive, and we do serve as your bond counsel. So this transaction, as Ms. Taylor said, we're asking you to authorize not to exceed $30 million. This deal is a little bit different from the last transaction that you approved when we did the bank loan for the settlement agreement. So in that case, it was a bank transaction. We knew who the bank was. We knew what the interest rate when we came to you. This transaction, because of the amount of $30 million and the desire to stretch out your payment over a 30-year period, the best course of action would be to go out to potential investors out in the market to be able to get the best rates on the debt. So we, in the resolution, we have delegated certain parameters to the mayor that if those parameters are met, then we can award sell the bonds. And those parameters including an interest rate that would not exceed 6%. We just kind of wanted to give ourselves a little bit of cushion. We don't think your rate will be that high, but we wanted to have the ability to do that, and that the bonds would mature no later than November 1st in 2054. And so that is the crux of the transaction, if there are any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the presenter before, because then we need public comment, then we can have discussion. So I think before we have discussion here, let's go and have public comment.
The floor is open for public comment at this time. If you wish to speak, please come forward. Mr. Mayor?
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward. All right, now, Mr. Trump.
I think it's a great idea. My only question is to the manager. If we have some grants already, isn't the total amount of the Washington Park supposedly around $24 million? And we're giving a cushion there, and so why aren't we subtracting the 7 or whatever amount we have already from that?
In the seeking of up to 30 million, we're accounting for contingency amount for any unforeseen or overages that might come up. Our estimates are based on our engineering drawings, but we don't know what the exact cost would be until the procurement of those buildings come in. On the agenda, you'll have one component of the project tonight. We estimated that the force main and the sewer project for Washington Park that's needed to be built in order to build the community center, our engineering estimate was between 2.5 to I think $3 or $3.5 million. The actual bid price came in at over $5 million. And so we're seeking an amount to make sure that we can help cover any of that type of cost, or even if we come in within our engineering estimate, once they start digging dirt, if they find something underneath and there's a unforeseen circumstance or something that might happen, we have that contingency built in so that we can continue to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Smith?
Thank you. So let me ask you a couple of questions about the bond. What would be the interest rate if you did not have to go out to private investors to get a bond right now?
When did we do your last one?
Okay.
It was like 3 something, right?
3.
So if you remember, and this is probably about a month ago, we were before you on the settlement. I think the interest rate, I don't have it written, but I think it was about 3.5.
Can you move the microphone a little bit closer, please?
4.93.
Yes. So if you remember, when we did a bank loan, we went to a bank for the settlement, the interest rate on that was about 3.5%.
That was before the Fed rate cut, right, or no?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so my question is, what would be the amount that we would go to a bank, not 30 million, let's say it was 15 million, or let's say it was 18 million or 20 million, what would be the amount that you would feel comfortable going to a bank?
So generally, you would go to a bank if you were in the, 5 to about 15 million range. The difference is here, you can go out and your debt would mature in 30 years. A bank will not go more than 20 years, and generally they want to go 10 years. And so the shorter your maturity, that means your payment on an annual basis will be higher. So by stretching it out over 30 years, it allows your payment to be lower, something which would be much more affordable in accordance.
No, I understand that. I am very disappointed in the last bond that we got a month ago, that it was a 10-year payout, and we have a 3-year or 5-year obligation. I forgot what. I think it's only 3-year. And then we pay a penalty from 3 to 6 years. So I don't want that to happen again here. We're going to pay, if we don't use the whole 30,000, we still, 30 million. If we don't, it's very difficult to roll that out of my mouth. If we don't use the 30 million, then we pay a penalty. So would it behoove us to do increments instead of doing it all tonight? As the commissioner said, we have money. put aside. We've been given grant money. And would it be better, because the difference between 3.5%, a private lender at 6% is not going to come down. Dealing with mortgages, that's whatever the bid is, that's what's going to be.
Yeah, so we really don't expect it to be 6%. I mean, that is a very conservative figure.
But then it'll be 5%, and maybe we have an opportunity to get it at 3.5%. And then we can come back whenever more money is needed, especially being, as the audit just said, we had a surplus of $4 to $5 million. I mean, I feel the same way you felt. I called him in reference to the $30 million today and said, why aren't we going for 22 million? And then if we need more, we can always come back to the plate, because when money's there, somehow you find a way to spend it.
If Mr. Mayor, some clarification, please.
Yeah, so just for clarification, if you'll remember, with regards to the audit on the unassigned fund balance, we've moved most of that money into our CIP program during our budget, so we don't just have $4 million sitting in there, or the 19 that was used on the budget process, in line with what our policy is, that we can invest those monies into CIP projects if we're over the 20%. With regards to going back out, once construction starts, we're anticipating construction to be completed by the end of 2026. If David, by the end of 2026. So essentially what we would be doing is going out now for a lesser amount and almost immediately going back out to do it, because the contractor is going to be regularly invoicing at a certain pace. And so we would have to have that money available to go in. The federal grants do help offset the overall cost of the project, but that's in the total amount of the project, because all of those grants are reimbursable grants. So we don't get that money up front. We get that money after we've spent it. I would not recommend going back out immediately after we do it. I would recommend going as it was explained, the 6% is the operating limit, and it is a very conservative amount. I don't believe that as the competition will go forward, someone may say, okay, they can go up to 6, so I'm going to offer 6, but their competitors are also going to want that, and that's going to be a competitive market. So you're going to get, I think, a very good interest rate that comes in, and as noted, interests are starting to go down, so I think we'll be favorable. But I think if we're going to go out, we need to go out once, not multiple times incrementally, because that will stall the project overall if we don't have that money available for the contractor.
Let me ask you, because my understanding with the conversation with the manager is, if we only spend 22 million, we still have to pay on the 30 million. So that's where I'm asking if we can have an alternative to what we may need and what we can, maybe in the future, we're talking 2 years here.
Phyllis, maybe this will help you. Is there any prepayment penalty?
Yes, you're going to pay for
So you will not be able to prepay for the first 10 years. However, in response to your question, if you only use 22 million of the 30 million, you do have a couple of options. Number one, you can use the remaining 8 million on another capital project that would have to come back to you here to your commission, and you would vote on that, and then you would be able to repurpose those funds as long as it's a capital project. No, for the same rate.
Microphone. Right.
Correct. The other option is that you would be able to use some of those funds to pay your debt service down.
Pardon me, you can use it for what?
To pay down your debt service. Right. You would be able to use a portion of that to pay down your debt service.
When you say it's locked in at under 6%. We don't know what the number is, but if interest rates go to 3% or 3 overall, we're locked in at the high rate too. Don't forget that if it goes down. So that's the only question I have, because this has to go forward. like the other bond had to go forward, but that was not a good deal. The city, that 6 years that we're going to pay for when we don't need the money doesn't even make sense. So I just want to make sure this deal, this bond, is the best thing for the residents.
Getting it done.
Well, we always say that, but we're different here. I don't want to mention it to you, $8 million. We have money put away.
One question is
Maybe
that
10 million.
If we were sitting on additional funds, are we able to invest those funds, in a safe mechanism that's interest bearing to offset what we're paying?
Yes, you can.
Yes. So in other words, Commissioner Smith, if we're sitting.
Wait a minute, let me hear how we're going to do that. How are we going to do that?
Well, I was engineering this. Go ahead.
You were, but you're not the one going out with the bond people.
So once we issue the bond, we receive the funds. The funds are invested, and as we are paying our contractors or whatever, we're drawing monies from the investment account to cover our expenditures. So we are investing the funds for the project. So it's earning, interest from day one, because we close today, it's invested tomorrow. So as we pay out, we're drawing the funds from the investment account. So we're garnering interest earnings as we move along until we've completed the project.
Right. So in other words, if we're paying 5% for it and we have it temporarily invested at 3%, then really the cost to us effectively is only the 2%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That should give you some solace.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
5 minus 3 is 2. Thank you very much.
It's not meant to be an investment per se, because we have to watch out for arbitrage, because if we do earn more than, we're paying, it's an interest-free bond or tax-free bond. So we're earning at a moderate interest rate, 3.5%, whatever the market is offering. And then we have those monies, we're offsetting our debt service payments. So in the long run, we're getting the Washington Park project built.
Well, that's the number one important thing. But I have to tell you, we've been sitting up here for the last couple of years, 2 years that I've been up here, and before that when I wasn't here, and we keep talking about the project, and yet every time we talk about it, it goes up another 2 million and 3 million. I see how that's the problem. But at the same time, we have to be responsible, because it's almost a third more than we've been talking about putting away. We got $3 million from our representative. We got another, I think, $1 million from. So we've been talking about and putting away money, and now after all that's been done, and we have a little pile, we're going over by $8 million, maybe $10 million on this bond.
But
just in the conversation of the numbers that I'm up here.
Yeah, I understand that.
So it's concerning.
And it is concerning, but as Jolinda mentioned, that we're able to repurpose those. We have several projects that are waiting to be funded. So the amounts that are not spent on Washington Park, we'll be able to repurpose those funds on additional projects that are currently needed.
I didn't realize that. We didn't mention that, Mr. Manager, that you can repurpose that bond to something else.
Yeah, we'll just have to come back and get the commission's approval for whatever project we decide, if we have available funding once the project is completed.
There's no problem with the bond, with the people no problem with that.
Yeah, no, I will say we don't generally like to do that because we are bound by the rules of the Internal Revenue Service, but they will allow that under certain circumstances. So what I would say, and say to your staff, that if for some reason you're not able to use, let's document why, whether it's, you got good construction bids and they came in really low, the project went really quickly, whatever those reasons are. Make sure.
Well, I hope we're still looking for outside funding. We're still looking for people to, I hope we're still looking for that. And
Commissioner, may I say something? When we did the RFP initially, we did have offers for direct placement with banks, and their prices were 3 times higher because of direct placing. If they're going to do a 30-year, 20-year bond, we're going to have to pay more in interest rate. And that was the reason why we decided to go out to, bid and post the bond in the open market.
It doesn't change in residential real estate. It doesn't change. If you have a 15-year mortgage, your payment's much higher, but your cost for the mortgage is much lower. So it's the same.
They were doing basis points. Their interests were based on for 30-year, $25 million bond. They were asking for, I think it was 4.5 or 4.5 basis points. It's really high. So that would have tripled or quadrupled our interest payment.
And private lenders have no points or low points?
It's the same, it's market driven, and since they're in the business of making money, so they're going based on the market, but they can drive that price. If we're doing direct placement, they can say, we're offering you the money at this interest rate. We can take it or leave it, or we can go out on the open market, and it's a competitive process. So we're going to have more, lenders vying for this loan, so we can garner that lower interest rate when we have more competition.
Mr. Mayor?
Okay, I'd say, yeah, let's move on.
Thank you.
Show us that brevity thing again.
Well, listen, Commissioner...
Show Commissioner Smith what brevity is.
No, me and Commissioner Smith, sometimes we read from the same...
$30 million comes very easy to you, so you don't have questions I have.
But you know what? As a result of Commissioner Smith's questions, I think everyone here qualifies for a certification in bonds. So we'll be handing out those certificates because we did learn a lot about bonds, right? But the reality is what's been the most expensive cost is not acting on this project. That's the reality. And I think everyone up here wants to see it get done. But this is the one project that we've celebrated over and over and over and over and over.
And it's cost double.
And
it's cost double.
It's cost double and even more. But because we've only been celebrating and not getting the work done, right? So honestly, I'm at the point where these numbers pale in comparison to the completion of what has been promised to this community for 40 years. For 40 years. I've watched people in the private sector, people in the nonprofit sector, fund buildings that are $60 million out of their own pockets, with contributions and donations from members, et cetera, and we as a government with a tax base and all of these other opportunities for funding, it's 40 years and we still haven't been able to get this done. And so, obviously the team now, can say, well, it's not all us, it was the team before, and the team before can say it's not all us, it was the team before. But at some point, someone has to say, let's get it done. And what I appreciate about this team is that they're saying, look, sometimes you just have to go and ask for it, okay? Because when we thought we were putting money aside, we were just recycling the dollar, and we really weren't putting money aside for this. And now we're at the point where we can't keep kicking that can down the road. Is that the term? We can't kick the can down the road anymore. And this administration is saying, let's go ahead and do what we got to do to make it happen. We have a ribbon cutting that is set, not ribbon cutting, I'm sorry, a groundbreaking that is set for, Mr. Manager, what's the date? October 29th. Okay, so we have a ribbon cutting. There's no going back. Like I said, what's cost us the most is waiting and not getting this thing done. And respectfully, I'd like to call the question on this item.
Okay, well,
Oh, okay.
Smuckler has a quick thing.
Commissioner Smuckler had something to say, but after her, I'd like to call the question on the item.
Okay. So, Commissioner Flormont, you said we keep on celebrating and celebrating. We're going to have 2 more celebrations, the groundbreaking on the 29th and the ribbon cutting in Mr. Manager, what is the estimated time to December 2026? Okay, so sometime in 2027. So I see two scenarios here that either, because unfortunately, everything keeps on going up in price, and even though we think we know what it's going to cost us, anything can change from here till the construction actually begins. So two things could happen. Either we're not going to have money left over because of the construction costs, or maybe not even enough, or if we do have money left over, I know that it's big to Commissioner Smith. We can work on Highland Village, doing something really nice for them with that money. So that's all I want to say, but I'm ready for you to call the question.
Second.
So I'm going to call the question. Money is no longer an excuse for the team.
Second.
So I'm going to call the question.
Okay, so we've got a motion, we've got a second.
And I just have a point of privilege after the vote. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was there something you wanted to say?
No, just a point of privilege after the vote.
Okay, all right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you.
He wanted a point of.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. Okay, so when we were, because we, just so we can get a little bit of history, when we were going back and we're trying to figure out how we're going to settle or resolve the whole water issue, which I think was that was a tough deal, a tough pill to swallow in regards to, how we're going to service it, how we're going to pay for it. And I'm glad the team came up with that idea. And from that idea, I reached out to them. I say, well, we can finance that. Why can't we finance other capital projects? And so I'm glad they took that initiative. And finally, the money is secure. We will be we'll still be going out trying to get additional funding from whoever is willing to support Washington Park and North Miami Beach in general. So I'm just happy that as Commissioner Flournoy pointed out, that we do not have money as being an issue, that we're going to get as much money as needed to make sure this project finally gets completed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I follow up on the commissioner's point?
Sure.
Commissioner Joseph's point. Just on the record, I just want the manager to say, no, let me rephrase that. On the record, I'm going to ask the manager a question, and I want him to answer, is this project fully funded at this point?
With the bond, yes, we have everything based on our estimates and even some contingency to do in there. Could something else come up? But we feel that we have enough to fully fund that project and to get it underway, built, and have a ribbon cutting so that the community can begin using the facilities.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay, so now we're going to move back to 10-1. So we need a motion.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2024-12.
I need a second. Second.
Oh, second.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Attorney, 10.1.
Yes, Mayor. Item 10.1, ordinance number 2024-12. Second reading. The offices of NMB LLC request for zoning map amendment. Edward Ang, Interim Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving the rezoning application to allow for an amendment to the zoning code map from RM 2023 residential mid-rise multifamily high-density district to B1 limited business district for parcels located at 17033 and 17051 Northeast 20th Avenue, providing for the repeal of all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing for severability, codification, and for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. First, Madam Clerk, Jennings disclosure.
Jennings disclosure forms were received from Commissioner Jean. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. So we'll start with Commissioner Chernoff.
None that I know of, and I can keep an open mind what I hear tonight.
Commissioner Florimon.
Stepped out for a moment.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Jean.
She had the form, right?
Oh, she did a form. Commissioner Joseph.
Go, jump on the mic, man. Let's go. Mic for the mic.
Can you repeat the item one more time, so for the record?
Yes, we're on item 10.1, this quasi judicial item, and it reads the offices of NMB LLC requesting for zoning map amendment, and we're up to the Jennings disclosure.
To the best of my knowledge, I've not spoken to anyone about this matter, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening. Thank you.
Commissioner Smuggler.
I spoke to the city manager on this matter, and I can make a decision based on the information I hear here tonight.
Vice Mayor Smith.
I don't believe I spoke to anybody on this matter, and I can certainly make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Piper.
Best of my knowledge, I've not spoken to anybody on this project, and I can make a decision based on the information received tonight. Okay. Thank you. And now we need to swear in the speakers, Madam Clerk.
Okay. If you plan on providing testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Members in the audience, none? Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your response is?
I do.
Sir, your response?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. If you recall, this item was before you last month as well for Office of NMB. The reason why normally you hear quasi-judicial item 1, but you hearing the second time is because under the way our ordinance, our city code ordinance is written, you have to hear the rezoning twice. So that is why, unlike a site plan approval, you're hearing this the second time. The quick refresher, this is the folio number 07220900600503 and 07220900600502. These are two properties at 17031 and 17051 North East 20th Avenue, right behind us here in City Hall. And the request is to change the current zoning from RM23, which is residential mid-rise multifamily, into a B1 limited business district, where the current existing land use are two residential triplexes, and the future land use designation is an office building. That was previously heard by the Planning and Zoning Board and moved for recommendation of approval to the Commission by a vote of 7-0. You'll see in the map, currently it's RM23, but it's surrounded by residential office, but with the future land use designation for business. So the RM23 designation that you currently have, it actually, in zoning, it's actually inconsistent with your future land use designation. What the owner wants to do here is really come in and utilize the property as a title property, which is very low intensity and use. The reason they apply for a B1 instead of a residential office is if you rezone it to a residential office for the use they're trying to go for, this would also involve another 4-month process on top of this for a conditional use for their business on top of the rezoning that we have at this time. As with all rezoning, there are certain conditions within the code that will require to review as staff on your behalf, and that is whether the proposed change will be consistent with the goals, objectives, and policy of the city comprehensive plan, establish neighborhood pattern, that it doesn't create spot zoning or alter the density pattern, or create that inconsistency. And rather, we found in our review that because you have a business designation, as I mentioned, you're bringing something with this rezoning that is inconsistent with your future land use map and your comprehensive plan to something that would be consistent.
The option before the board this evening are to either move for approval of the rezoning on second reading or move for denial. The applicant is here. Do you have any questions? And staff is happy to answer anything that you may have questions on as well.
Okay. Anything, but we need to public comment before we get too deep into it, so, all right, is Madam Clerk is here? No? Okay, yeah, we can do it. Here she is.
And you have to Jennings report from.
Oh, you were missing one Jennings? Yes. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, so we're missing one Jennings, and then we need public comment.
Commissioner Florimon?
To the best of my knowledge, I've spoken to no one on this particular item, and I can make my decisions based on the information I received this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, public comment.
Public comment is open. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Okay, let the record reflect no one came forward. Public comment is closed. And any comment from the commissioners?
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Say good
I
luck.
think it's an addition.
Okay, all right. So we do have a motion. We do have a second. I think we just need a roll call now.
Roll call, yeah.
Yep.
Commissioner Shanoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
I'm here.
Yes. Vice Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, move to introduce resolution
Second.
number R 2024-16.
Okay, that would be item 10.2. And Mr. Attorney?
Sure. Item 10.2, resolution number R 2024-116, approving or denying variances for 174 shops. Edward Eng, Interim Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D5 to allow for a minimum pervious area of 13.5% in lieu of the required 20%. Approving and denying a variance from Section 24-122A1 to allow for a 0.0 feet landscape buffer where 5 feet is required. Approving and denying a variance from Section 24-122B1A to allow for a 5-foot, 6-inch landscaped island in lieu of the 10 feet required. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-122B1B to allow for 10 contiguous parking spaces between landscaped area in lieu of the required 8 parking spaces. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D1 to allow for a lot area of 1.28 acres, 56,090 square feet, in lieu of the required 3 acres. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D3 to permit a front setback of 8 feet 11 inches for Building 1 in lieu of the required 25 feet. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D3 to permit a front setback of 5 feet 8 inches for Building 2 in lieu of the required 25 feet. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D3 to allow for a rear setback of 0.0 feet for Building 1 in lieu of the required 20 feet, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-52D3 to permit a rear setback of 0.0 for Building 2 in lieu of the required 20 feet, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-97 to permit the allowance of 2 loading spaces during off-business hours only, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-95B to permit the allowance of 80 parking spaces in lieu of the required 104 spaces required, and approving or denying the site,
Site plan application.
approving or denying the site plan application with conditions for the construction of an 8,837 square foot Phase 1, 11,163 square feet Phase 2, and 3,426 square feet Phase 3 shopping center, composed of 2 buildings totaling 23,426 square feet, 11 independent bays, and 80 parking spaces located at 17450 Biscayne Boulevard, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration, and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts and providing for an effective date.
Okay, that was a mouthful, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk Jennings.
Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. Commissioner Chernoff.
None that I know of, and I can have an honest opinion of what I see tonight.
Commissioner Florimon.
I haven't spoken to anyone on this item, and I can base my my opinion and vote on what I've seen and heard tonight. Thank you.
Jennings' disclosure form was received from Commissioner Jean. Commissioner Michael Joseph.
To the best of my knowledge, I have not spoken to anyone about this particular issue, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smuckler.
I believe I spoke to the manager on this, and I can make my decision here tonight based on the information I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Smith.
I spoke to the manager, and I can base my opinion on what I hear tonight.
Mayor Piper.
Yep, to the best of my knowledge, I haven't spoken to anybody on this issue, and I can make my decision based on what I hear this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, Madam Clerk, please, can we swear in the speakers?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? And your responses?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ring.
Yep. Mayor, Commissioners, we have the applicant this evening. Martine, do you want to present first? I have your presentation up from Caller. So you will present first and staff will follow. Yeah, if you would present first and then staff will follow. Yeah, I should be able to use this from, you're gonna have to use the screen on this one.
It's touchscreen?
Yeah, no. I will touchscreen here, so up and down.
Perfect.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for, Good evening, members of the council. Thank you for having me tonight again. Tonight, I would like to present the project that we are proposing for 17450 Biscayne Boulevard. Sorry? Martin Shemal, 2150 Northeast 38th Avenue, Aventura. Okay, so we prepared little presentation here. Okay. So in the slide, why is it's not showing on screen?
I think IT is trying to bring it up.
Do I need to do something on the screen so it shows? It's not mirroring.
Converting it to a PowerPoint.
The technology-wise.
Mayor, Commissioners, how about this? While we try to work through the IT aspect of the applicant presentation, staff will conduct our presentation. Is that okay with you? That's because
That'd be
for
great.
timeliness purposes. The evening for you, you have an applicant site plan approval with various items for 174 Shop at 17450 Biscayne Boulevard. The folio number in question is 072209009090. As you see from your agenda packages, it's a very narrow sliver of land that's next to the FEC railroad track on the eastern side of the track, right across the street from Marina Palm. For the general public that we pull items up, that's when you approach 172nd heading east towards Marina Palm, it's on the north side of that intersection. The request for 9 variances and site plan approval for a shopping center with 23,400 square feet, 2 buildings on the north and south side with space for 11 independent retail bays, so up to 11 small retail shops there and 18 parking spaces. This is contemplated as a 3-phase project by the applicant with the building at the south end, just about 8,800 square feet at the south end of the lot being the first phase, the north phase being a phase 2, about just over 11,000 square feet building at the end. And of course, you see in the plan on the phase 3, if approvable in the future, for 3,400 square feet at the second story. That's a third of the footprint of the building on the north side. It was heard at the Planning and Zoning Board in August. The item for site plan approval and variance, 5 yeas, 0 nays for recommendation of approval. Current zoning is B2, and with that, I believe if there are several variances being asked for here. The variances include really setbacks. The front setback, which you know always from your packet, being 5 foot 8 inches as opposed to the customary 50 feet. And the side variance, the rear setback variance as well. There's also aspect of request for the pervious area that is the result of the nature of the site being thin in the manner that it is. And the applicant, the first variant is the applicant is seeking a non-use variance to permit the allowance of a minimum pervious area of 13.5% in lieu of the required 20%. The second variance is to have a non-use variance to permit the allowance of a 0-foot landscape buffer where 5 feet is normally required. The third variant had to deal with how the parking is structured normally within our code, and this is something that the Planning and Zoning Board had a lot of questions on, so I'm going to take a minute to explain it further. Within our code, when you have a lot of parking lined up in a row, it's written in such a way we're supposed to have landscaping island in between a certain number of parking spaces. And that kind of breaks up the amount of parking in one continuous row. Because we're trying to get the applicant to provide the necessary amount of parking spaces without going for like a parking variance, it would either provide for a parking variance to reduce the amount of spaces or ask for a variance to where you don't have that landscaping island that we normally have required within our code. And that's where they are looking to keep some of the landscaping in order to keep some of the existing trees that are on site. But instead of the normal 10 feet, they're asking to reduce that to 5 feet 6 inches. So that's where variance 3 is a little bit different than what you would expect. Variant 4, internal island. Again, that's kind of reconfiguring so that instead of 8 spaces is 10, so tied again also to that aspect I just talked about with the parking. They're looking for a lot area variance as well, which given the size of a lot, it's 1.28 acres. And under your current regulations, on our current regulation, you need 3 acres to develop a site. So without variance number 5, you can't really build anything on this site at all. Variance number 6, the front setback variance. They're seeking non-variance for front setback of 8 feet 11 inches, where the code requires 25 feet. And on one side, and then for the north side, and then 5 feet 8 inches for the south side, where it's 25 feet. There's a rear setback variance where normally 20 feet is required. They're seeking a non-use variance to permit a rear setback of 0 feet, 0 inches. Oh, good. That's up now. Sorry. So let me continue on just finishing staff item, then we'll turn it to the applicant. Thank you for your patience with staff on this. The variance number 8 had to deal with a loading space variance. The applicant seeking non-use variance to permit the allowance of 2 loading spaces off business hours. So instead of providing a separate loading space, they're proposing to use existing parking spaces. But part of what staff discussion with the applicant was, if the commission were to grant this variance, staff strongly recommends that the condition be that you have to make their loading zone during very specific times of the day when you normally don't need that parking. So days, hours of the day when the businesses are closed, for example, and that's when the loading has to occur. There are questions from the Planning and Zoning Board to relay to you on double checking, asking staff to double check on the furniture store component of it. We did check with the applicant, and for the record, in relation to this variant, we have to note that they intend to just have a showroom and not a place where you would normally, like, when you sell the furniture, you know, it's coming from a warehouse from elsewhere, so they don't intend to ship the furniture from the showroom, and therefore that makes sense from a loading space standpoint. Let's see. The variance number 9 is the parking variance. We are looking at 80 spaces instead of 104 spaces. In condition with the other variances, if the other variances weren't granted, that number would be even lower than 80. And those are the variances in place here. Before this evening, either move for approval or move for denial. There are certain site plan conditions. Applicants must address any requirement from FDOT on access management because this is Long Biscayne Boulevard. We had a condition for the applicant to provide a letter from SEC Railroad. We had a lengthy discussion with SEC, and they apparently don't provide a letter. So we have an email chain that satisfied the condition, and we presented that to the Planning and Zoning Board as well as meeting conditions set by staff. And the applicant will need to commit to provide an updated traffic impact study and for that intersection at 172nd and at West 60 Highway after construction of the project. And with that, feel all right with the commission, we'll turn it over to the applicant to do their presentation and then answer any questions after.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're up. Thank you very much, Ed, for the presentation. I would like to go into a more graphic depiction of some of these variances and the project itself. So in the screen, you can see the site plan of the proposed project. On the left, we have phase one. It's a 8,800 square feet building with the potential of being subdivided into 5 different bays. We have a parking field in between the 2 structures, and then there is, in the northern end, there is phase 2 for the ground floor, and phase 3 for a second floor over the end cap on the northernmost portion of the site. In regards to the loading variance request, the loading area variance request, which is, the idea is to segregate a certain amount of parking spaces on each side of the parking lot and provide a parking commercial loading zone during off hours of operations, that this would be implemented via the rules and regulations of the shopping center. We don't foresee to have retailers that have a high use of the loading areas. Most of the interest that we've had until now are furniture stores and some other low-impact services. So we believe that this could satisfy the demand for the loading area for these commerces. This is a zoom into the phase 1 building. This is the phase 2 building. It has a courtyard. We're allocating a small portion of that space that potentially could serve as a coffee shop, a small 844 square feet shop, coffee shop to activate the shopping center facing that courtyard. This is an aerial of the current conditions where you can see the old strip club and the parking lot. This is the proposed, where you have the 2 end caps on each, bracketing the parking field on each end of the property. This is an elevation seen from Biscayne Boulevard of the south building. And this is the same building looking north, also from Biscayne Boulevard. This is phase 2 of the northern buildings, where depict the north end cap being a single story. And this is the same building seen from the south side. It's missing. Okay, so phase 3 basically is that portion over the square on the north end of the project, which would look like something like this. And the idea is that basically that box, which simulates a freestanding box, whether it's a single story or a multi-story, meaning 2-story building, would only be used as a single tenant. The idea is that we foresee this to meet the requirements of furniture stores that need a larger footprint, but they have a very low intensity. So this would not affect in detriment of the rest of the uses in regards to parking. And that's the same view of the building with phase 2 in its place. So if...
Okay, all right, sounds great. All right, so before we have commission questions, Madam Clerk, public comment?
Yeah, for sure. Public comment is open. If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward. For your information, there is a 3-minute time limit. Yes. Please state your name.
My name is Todd Kissel, Mayor, Commissioners, forgive my attire. I didn't have time to get home and change. So I reside at 17111 Biscayne Boulevard. It's right across the street from this potential project. I am the president of Marina Palms at 17111 Biscayne Boulevard. I've been in contact with Martin. Martin has shared me all the plans. We are very much in favor of this. It's very much consistent in its design with the other project they had done on the south side of 172nd Street. And, it's a beautiful piece of property. We're very much in favor of it. In addition, I did speak with Martin, and he said he would confirm that in this meeting, that we would ask and kind of require, we'd like to have him have lighting from dusk to dawn and around the property, around the outside and the parking. He said he would commit to that. And in addition, we are very much in favor if a restaurant could be put in, of course, a certain quality restaurant, not looking for a fast food restaurant or something like that. He said that he would agree to many of these terms, and he has the full support of Marina Palms at 17111 Biscayne Boulevard. And I also confirmed with my other board members, and they're in agreement as well. This is not myself coming here. I represent the building, and we're all in agreement.
Thank you.
Do you represent both buildings? Or?
No, I represent 17111. That's the south building.
Okay.
Also, Jorge Gotti, who is part of the master. There are two master board people. He's in favor of this, but he's away, so I couldn't get in touch with the north board member, but we presume, but I don't want to take responsibility for their thoughts. I can only tell you I represent the south building.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
That was good of you to come out.
All right.
Any other speakers? Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Let the record show that no one's come forward and public comment is closed. All right, Commission discussion. First thing before we start, your property to the south, where Cookies is, where they don't sell cookies, right? So is that architectural design of that building going to match the architectural design? Is it going to look like a continuous thing with a road in the middle, or is it going to be completely different?
Yeah, no, as a matter of fact, that was the intention, to maintain a uniform architectural language. It's not identical. This is more suitable for this for the particularities of this site, which is very constrained, it's very narrow, but the intention is to maintain the proportions and the architectural style. So, yes.
Okay, great. Anyone else? Mr. Chernoff.
Good evening. The plan before us is very nice. It's considering what's been there for the amount of years that it's been there. Now you're going to make it a nice thing. My concern is the number of variants that you're asking for, and I understand the site is a problem by itself to develop it all. So that's where we come into so many variances, but my biggest concern is the parking. Okay, when we limit the parking variance, which calls for 110 spaces, to 80 or 88, whatever the number is, that's a big difference of parking not being there. I understand you're sitting here and telling us that you're looking at a furniture store, but what happens if you get 11 different individual people that want to rent it? Then you're going to rent it to 11 different people, and you're going to have 11 businesses that want parking. And it's going to be to your hindrance if they can't park their cars. They're going to, people aren't going to go to the stores. If the people don't go to the stores, then the stores can't pay rent, and so on and so forth. It becomes a circle of, the bottom line is, you want to discuss the parking with me?
Yes, I appreciate the question, and it's a very important one. So when we started designing the site plan, if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, which is basically the ground floor model of this design, we basically fulfill all the parking requirements on site. So basically, exactly 20,000 square feet of retail. Parking code requires 4 per 1,000. We're providing 80 parking spaces. No variances required. No issues with parking. Now, when we started looking at the analysis of why we would like to request a variance, we approached the city and we made different analysis. And the city of North Miami Beach has I wouldn't like to say obsolete, but has a dated parking requirement code. For example,
Well, be careful, our newer one's worse.
So no, but this is specific to certain uses. Like when you look at the description of the uses under retail, a furniture showroom specifically cited as retail use, therefore requiring 4 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet. We looked at the ITE manual, which is the manual used by traffic engineers to allocate parking requirements and so forth and so forth. And a large amount of other jurisdictions, like for example, Palmetto Bay or other municipalities, do have a parking designation or requirement for showroom spaces that is much less intense than a regular retail. And the ITE calls for 1 parking per 1,000 square feet for a showroom, for a furniture showroom. So what we did when we are requesting this variance was to analyze the worst case scenario under the existing parking code for retail, meaning we have an allocation for a space for a coffee shop that is 844 parking spaces. There is not a specific description of coffee shop in the code, so we go by the next category that would be food and beverage, would be casual dining, which was 15 parking spaces per 1,000. So what we did is we accounted how many parking spaces we would need for that space that right now is going to be approved as retail. But if we are going to be successfully in leasing that small space to a coffee shop, instead of coming later on and request for a variance on the parking requirement for that particular tenant, we would like to bring it forward now. In regards to the calculation for the second story, if you look at the parking requirement for the 3,400 square feet on the second floor, that is the difference of the 24 parking spaces we are asking the variance for, is for the use of the coffee shop and for the additional square footage on the second floor of that square. There is no independent access to that second story. So if we are going to build it, it's because we already have it leased to somebody that needs those 2 stories. That space, if we lease it to a regular retail, would be in detriment to us because we would be left with no allocation for parking for the other uses. So we would not even build it. That's why we phase it, because we first going to decide if we lease it or we don't lease it, then we build it or we don't build it. We're going to go most probably full-fledged on the project, and we make a decision of whether we build the phase 3 or not early on the stages. But we wanted to have the freedom to go and approach those tenants with that space, without having to have a lease contingent to an approval. So that was what we're thinking of doing. But the shopping center, as it is, without the second story, fulfills all the parking requirements on its own merits.
Okay.
So
another question is that how are you going to deal with signage for the 11 spaces you have?
So if you look at the renders, can you put the images? So if you look at the renders, each of the stores has the potential of having a banner, a sign, a channel letter sign on the storefronts. Those storefronts are really
where the white and the gray is.
Well, actually, you see it says retail 05, retail 01. On that transom that sits around 13 feet high is where we're planning on having the independent signs for each of the stores. Now, if the location is leased all of it by one tenant, then they may be limited by the amount of signs that they're going to have. If they're leased by, instead of 1, it's 2 tenants that merge different bays, they will have those signs as allowed per code. But we are foreseeing to have them, as you can see in Aventura Square, on the storefronts, because these are very high buildings. These are 23, 24 feet high.
Okay. Ed, what he just said about the sign, so you would make it uniform on all the units, right?
We would actually suggest that if that's a concern, to make it a condition that it would be uniform across all of the frontages.
And you'd also make, excuse me, our ordinances would also make it clear on the glass what they're allowed to do with the glass.
The glass is a little bit different because those are considered window signs as written within our code, and you can't go above certain dimension, including 25% coverage. But in terms of how our code is written, Commissioner, there it's a little bit more loose in regulatory nature than the building sign that's written within our code.
Okay, another question. Do we have the ability to limit at all what tenants go there?
You can do this as part of the condition of approval for this if the commission so wishes. Otherwise, we will be bound by the limitations
By
of what we
zoning.
can actually enforce.
By zoning, correct.
Yeah, our code is written, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. So it's about time that we have something there that's nice, and thank you so much. We've seen your work, so we know already that you yourself don't want anything less. But my question is, that's our gateway coming into our city. So exactly what my fellow commissioner had just requested, I feel very strongly that the signage, even though it's a very tall building, has to be uniform. That somebody can't have script, and somebody else have lighting, and somebody else. I feel that it should be uniform, whether you make block letters or whatever you do. They can have their name for sure, but I feel that it should be uniform as well. The other thing I wanted to ask Mr. Nang is who is going to monitor that they are not having delivery trucks come during business hours? Who's going to do that?
We will rely on coordination with PD, as well as random checks on the property. You are aware, Commissioner, we do not have the staffing or the training to have code officers at night, but we will have to coordinate accordingly.
I think that that is an important part, but I think it has to be enforced because that's such a busy corridor right there. That's very busy if you watch them come down. Are you going to also have offices, or it's only no offices at all? Because that's a concern about, again, the parking. Like the other commissioner said, if there's not adequate parking, it's only going to hurt you. So we have to.
We are aware of that.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't your first rodeo.
It isn't.
But it's concerning because that's one of the things we're voting on tonight is parking. Very concerning. Yeah.
I want to bring up a few things. So in regards to signage, I don't know why you're concerned about consistency when we're not showing something to be all over the place, but I don't feel comfortable offering you guys today a commitment to control, for example, the fonts on the signs or the colors of the signs. Shall tomorrow come Starbucks and I may have to tell them that they cannot lease because they won't sign on a different type of what they usually have as a standard. And you guys are imposing a limitation that can hurt all of us here by trying to regulate something that is not normally regulated on shopping centers. I have an interest in not allowing this to be a flea market. Okay, this is one of the most desirable, sought-after retail locations throughout the corridor. I think that we all have the same interest here to see the best type of tenants that we can attain, to operate this at the highest standards that we can. And I think that we've proven with our other properties that we do what we say we will. So in regards, having the support of Marina Palms is not a small thing for us, because when we started the relationship with them was on the opposite side of the table. And one of the things that I learned from that experience, and it was the conditional use for cookies, was that I don't need to wait until the last minute to bring on board the people that are my neighbors and bring them over and work with them on the early stages of design. We've worked with the city staff, we work with the community, we engage them very early on, and we engage all the neighbors and invited them to participate on our processes. I think that this is an amazing project for a very difficult site. I've owned this property for almost 12 years. It is extremely difficult to do anything. we went, evicted a tenant that nobody wanted. We went ahead, we had that building vandalized, and we have all sorts of issues with vagrants and tagging of the building, and we've always worked hand in hand with the city. It's about time that we see something that the city deserves, and this is an amazing gateway project. And to make even more of an enhancement of that gateway, let's try to work with the FDOT on our abutting property to see a park and see some sort of grand entrance feature on that main entrance to the city of North Miami Beach, which is 172nd. We will build these beautiful buildings that will mirror on each side of the entrance, and we have a possibility to do something unique here. I really don't foresee.
Let me say one thing.
Go ahead.
Thank you for, whenever there was vandalism on the existing building, you were quick to take it away, and we appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Also, he maintains and that grass so we don't have a whole thing of weeds, and he has maintained the property. The thing that's disconcerting about it is we're here now trying to change the city. That's really been our goal, economic development. I've been pushing and going to so much stuff to bring economic into North Miami Beach. And, you know, sometimes like Publix, which has a look that they have to have, they'll change their look because they want that location. They've done it, and they will do it. The thing that is possible and that's unforeseen, but it's possible that it could be where it's not as appealing because this one wants this one wants that. Unless there's some kind of regulation of how big the size can be, we have to have some kind of regulation. That's something that needs to be worked because that's a main focus of the building.
I agree 100%.
Look, if you sit here and look at it, you don't see the windows like you see next door. Of course, we're looking at a small version instead of the tall version. But they're going to yell at me for taking too much time, so that's the point. But the second thing is, I mean, that's the way it works, I understand, is the restaurant. So I was on the CRA board when you came to us that you had to add, additional construction in case you could get a restaurant into one of the two properties already built. So are you planning on the construction to have that part of your construction?
Interesting, very interesting. So right now, this project does not have a restaurant component to it. It just has the space for a small coffee shop.
That's what I see.
Okay, but shall this project be approved today? Tomorrow, if the city believes that this could be a suitable restaurant location, I will direct our brokers to search for the right partner there, for the right operator, and I will present it to Marina Palms, and if they are in agreement with this user, I believe that was going to end up being a second application for probably, I don't know, a variance for parking requirements, because that's going to be specific to that use. I have not run the calculations on that yet, but we would love to see a restaurant here. But I think it's going to be the second phase, because I first need to tie in one of the big buildings to a furniture store so that I know that I'm releasing some of that pressure on the parking lot.
Well, I happen to say, thank God you're bringing it, and I'm appreciative. It's a gateway, landscaping, everything about that building has to be something where people are invited to cross over the railroad tracks and come into North Miami Beach. That's been our goal here, and that's what we want. And that's why it's discerning about having a freelance, not necessarily you, but the tenant, to have whereas you can use us as the bad guy and say, I would love for you to have it to be from the floor to the top. Like, you can't use the words Aventura. So if they want to call it Aventura Furniture Store, they cannot. But at the same time, if they want to go from the bottom to the top,
We don't restrict that, Phyllis.
yeah, we do. It's in here.
No, we don't.
Yeah,
Well, yes, we do. If you read it, it's right there in the thing. We restrict
we have a
it.
condition where you can't,
Of course.
yeah, where you can't have certain names. So we want to, you'll see among other site plan approval that come before you is that
All of them.
they can't use the word Aventura or Miami Beach, except for North Miami Beach.
You
of course.
and you can't even advertise. You can
Or
advertise that
Taniaki.
you're next to it and you have all this wonderful abilities, and it's been in every one of our ones that we've passed since I've been here. So the thing is that somehow we have to get together on what we're going to do with that, because it has to have something.
But I am not fully understanding what is it that you're proposing in regards to consistency or I don't fully understand what is it that you would like me to
We have a
commit
bad
here.
image that has nothing to do with you or your building, we meaning me. So if you go down 163rd Street and you see what we're trying to change, we don't want that same ability to be on anything new that's constructed.
Right, but let me interrupt you 1 second on that, just something to keep in mind. So if you take the Jefferson Plaza project, and you look, each of the, like Dunkin' Donuts has their logo sign there. Smoothie King has their logo sign there. It's very, Chick-fil-A has their logo. It's very clear that it's uniform, the whole property, and the logo signs don't detract, in my opinion, from the overall good, clean look of the property, and it allows those type of tenants to go in there where they might not ordinarily do so.
I happen to agree with you, except that I find this to be exceptional property.
Yes.
I find, and that's why I'm going to be very lenient on my agreeing to all of the variances, because it is exceptional. The fact that you can put something there that will gain you a part of your portfolio for the future with your beautiful children, yes. But it requires us to also look at it with a different eye. Not to be harsh. I mean, it has to have some leniency.
Let's get a professional opinion from Mr. Ng. What do you have to add?
Thank you, Mayor. At the commission was speaking about sign and decided we do want to remind the commission that under 24-147.1 of the code, which governs permanent signs, there is a size limit and there is actually positional aspect. For example, you can't have a sign taking more than 75% of the width. So there's the edging that needs to be on the side and that frontage. And for each individual storefront, the amount of square footage of that sign at measured when they come in for the sign permit is based off of the length. And for a one-story building, it is 1 square foot per linear feet of frontage based for that particular storefront. So there is a size limitation already in our code.
Okay.
So that the size don't get out of control, right?
That's where, and again,
That's what I was going to bring up, that the code already has kind of a platform or a framework for us to work within certain guidelines. And it's not the same if the building is completely leased to a single tenant, therefore he has one sign, so there are certain requirements that would be on. That would be very nice. But what I'm saying is,
no, we don't want that. You mean like where they say doctor's offices here and Targets? No.
No. Well, there's a total amount of square footage that you can put on a certain
He just
front.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I have
I
about
would like you
85
to trust me that given that this is one of the most important properties that I'm going to ever develop for now, and that we have gone way above and beyond what everybody else is doing on the market, including properties that are better positioned, like Avenida on Ivesdale Road and Biscayne Boulevard, probably the most prominent intersection on this market. They are not doing this project. We have windows on the back of the property. We have put windows on the back end of the property. Nobody has done that ever. This is a numbers game. You have cost of construction, cost of land, and rent, and you factor as much as you can so you can increase your cap rates. We are giving much more love than anybody would.
No, you're looking for the long term.
I don't need to build a 24-feet high building. I don't need to do 14-foot clear windows everywhere with trees and tree colonnades piercing through my canopies. I don't need to do any of that, and I will lease this for the same amount of money, not $1 less. We do it because we have some pride in what we do, and these are long-term holds.
No, you can see that you're looking for the long term. You can see that the investment is not something you're a fly by night. What I'm I only have about 95% of the code memorized, so thank you for reminding me about that part. But keep in mind, as you do all this, that is our gateway to the city. I mean, the whole cookies, you know how many calls we've received from that, and then you were kind enough to let the people know that it's not cookies, because the children would pass and beg to go.
Maybe we can include this property on the CRA and get some funding from the CRA because it's the gateway and make it amazing.
All right, I think it's time to keep moving here. Okay, Commissioner Smuckler.
Okay, so just as an FYI, Pembroke Pines has an ordinance about signs, especially colors, but unfortunately, we don't have that ordinance, so there's not much that we can do about it. But I do remember a long time ago, and I believe the planning and zoning director was Chris Hyde at that time. I think that was his name.
It was Chris Hyde.
Well, I know that's his name, it's not sure if I'm talking about the right person.
Oh.
But I think it was with Chris Hyde that when they had built it, and it's no longer there, that Walgreens on Biscayne and 151st, that, Walgreens has the same cookie box style everywhere, and he refused to allow that, and Walgreens had to build it a little bit differently.
But it had a Walgreens sign on it when it.
Well, no, it had the
The
sign,
logo was there. It was
right, but
clearly.
I'm saying it was a Walgreens, but yet they had to do whatever we said they had to do.
Right. It was
my
tastefully built,
It was tastefully built,
but still had logo signage.
yes, it
Which is
had
what
the logo
which is what-
signage.
it's what
But
he's
I'm
asking
trying
for, I
to
think.
say that when you tell a major company they can't do something, they can't. Or, it's not
But
their
why
way,
would
it's our way.
we do that?
Okay. No, I'm not.
Is there a vision that you guys want to share with me that I'm not seeing? That there's a pattern that the city wants to implement, some colors?
No, we haven't gotten there. I guess we're all just talking now out loud, but maybe this is something that we all need to do in the future. We're just trying to make sure that it looks good. But what is the difference between the two buildings?
In size?
The space in between the parking area.
You're probably gonna have like 200 feet in between the buildings, 250, 300 in between the buildings.
Yeah.
I don't have that
like almost
memorized.
Yeah, why don't you look at the, you can see the.
You want me to
Yeah.
Wait, let me.
You got competition now.
Like 400 feet approximately.
Oh, so it's bigger than a football field.
Between the buildings.
Wow. Okay, so what I'm looking at the picture of the parking area that's here. I see a lot of trees, and I'm just wondering if, and of course this can all change. This might not be what it's really going to be, but the trees on Biscayne Boulevard, or the bushes there, and maybe I'm wrong, but I see it more like of a security issue where it's not clear on Biscayne Boulevard it kind of hides, especially at nighttime, and makes it a little bit.
That's the way it is now, right? But that's not the way it's going to be later.
Well, it's square.
Well, this is the picture that I'm looking at.
I see, I'm looking, yeah.
In the future. I just see in this picture, like it's more of a security. I just don't want to see that many. Even trees would make it look prettier because it's along Biscayne Boulevard. I see it more, I'm looking at the security concern of having too many trees and too many bushes where someone can hide or someone cannot see, especially off of Biscayne Boulevard, if something were happening there.
And I think, Mr. Ing, isn't police one of the trad review? Yes. Right, so police is one of the trad review components, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, if there was a security issue being created they would flag that and,
But they'll flag that now, or is that
PD would
later?
have flagged it as part of its review because PD actually had a representative on the technical review of applications committee, a TRAD committee.
But that's already done.
That was done several months ago.
And we opted, by the way, we opted in on the no trespassing program, so they have the right to go in there and enforce it.
yeah.
Okay, so the sign, I'm going to go back to the sign.
Said it was
I'm
going to be a
sorry.
minute.
I never said that, actually. Like, I really didn't. So, so the signs are, they're going to be on that top part of the building, I guess?
The sign bulkhead. Yeah.
We're proposing to install them on the transoms of the storefronts. It's a very clean, modern look.
No, on the right there.
Oh, here where it says
The
retail.
transom of the bulkhead is the fixed glass above the operable doors, right?
here.
It'd be the higher part of the storefront.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's going to be 2 stories up in the air. 23 feet.
No, but the transom is around.
The door's about 7, 8 feet
Yeah.
high, and then the
So
transom
Phil,
is
it's
another
correct.
8 feet. So,
No, we're talking about the
No,
storefront,
but how tall is the whole building in 1 story?
23, 24 feet.
So that's like a 2-story building.
but the sign's not going to be on the top.
The sign's going to be here?
It's going to be, it's going to be probably at the 10-foot level maybe,
I
or
thought it's going to be on the
9-foot level.
No, it's on the storefronts.
Do you have,
Shall I go back to the renders?
He's saying,
yeah, let's see a rendering, of this, right there.
It's not going to be on the white and gray part?
You see where it says retail 05?
okay.
It's actually going to be probably a little high.
Different ballgame.
It's going to be a little higher than that, but it'd probably be in that about area, right?
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the intention.
Yeah.
I want to withdraw my objection.
Okay, so now you're good.
okay.
You beat 'em up
so-
for a half
so
hour, now you're good.
Where are the,
I thought it was going to be on the white part.
where are the employees going to park?
We don't usually designate parking unless we have an issue with parking where we start to have a real issue. We do not designate parking for employees in the shopping centers. We had an issue once with cookies where they were parking in the front row and we asked them to put them back, but it's not on the code or rules or regulations. We do not implement that unless there is an issue.
Okay, so the good part about the coffee shop is that most likely you'll get the people from across the street, all those buildings, so they'll just walk. They probably wouldn't even, it would take too long to even drive there than walking there. So that's the good news, that it wouldn't use up so much parking space. If you were to do a restaurant, then that's another problem, but at the end of the night, that's your problem and not our problem, because nobody can really park on Biscayne Boulevard.
Correct.
Which, by the way, Phyllis, you say there's a lot of traffic on Biscayne Boulevard. Look, there's only one car, so there's not that much traffic. So we're giving them, they're asking for 4 variances.
Commissioner, I believe it's 8 variances.
Oh, 8. Oh, I counted 4 here. Okay, that's even double. And are we giving them any administrative waivers?
No administrative waivers apply outside of the mixed-use district because it is B2. They are not eligible for any.
Thank you. Okay. Can you complete the parking in the first phase?
Sorry?
Can you do the parking, the whole parking in the first phase?
Is the intention. The idea of the first and second phase, ideally, we would like to develop all simultaneous, but there is a possibility that we do it for financial reasons on a first and second phase. I may not be able to do 100%. If I segregate the phases, I may not be able to do 100% of the parking lot all at the same time, because it may hinder my ability for connections on utilities and yard. But if I do phase 1 on its freestanding, I will have to comply with the parking requirements for that allocation of that building. Otherwise, I won't be able to get a CO.
All right. Okay.
You're good? All right. Commissioner Joseph.
I wanted to see if we can call the vote.
Are you ready to call the vote? Okay, no, I think Commissioner John has something to ask first.
Thank you so much. I thought we were building the Taj Mahal or something tonight, the way this discussion is going. But I do want to thank you for bringing this project and for testing your patience tonight as well. The question that I have is, have you considered any voluntary proffers for any community benefits to this community? Other than what you're adding as it relates to enhancing the gateway and bringing economic development, was there any discussion? Okay.
No.
That was the only question that I had. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, just my comment real quick is that I know it's a difficult property to work with. You know, the property was originally before Biscayne Boulevard got widened. That property was, you know, went a couple lanes into Biscayne Boulevard type of thing. So, you know, now dealing with it the way it is on the tracks, tight property, and so I applaud you for taking it on and making it look nice. Because not everybody would have the tenacity to deal with it. They would probably just rather buy something easy to build on. So I applaud you for that, and to me, it looks like a nice project. So, all right, do I hear the motion, the second?
Second. You don't do it, when you call the vote, you don't need a second.
I do appreciate the fact that you got, the FEC wasn't too hard on you guys, so I'll leave it at that. All right, Jess.
Okay, are you saying that we don't, huh? I don't know if we need to join us. All right. One of the speakers wanted to just say something else, and I'll allow him. But just really like 10, 20 seconds, please. Very, very quick, please.
Thank you. Todd Kissel again. I didn't realize about like tenants, maybe you mentioned, and so Martin and I just want to state that he agreed that we weren't going to have like certain types of shops like gun shops or like a liquor store or something like that, and he would agree to those terms. And the other thing I want to just mention that we prefer not to have a big billboard sign out in the front, like a big post with a sign with all the names of all the stores. I don't know what the laws and regulations are, but I just wanted to mention that. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, all right.
Wait, we do allow that, right? No. Full motion.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Smith.
We do.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Commissioner Joseph, roll call, please.
Commissioner Florimon?
Need a second for roll call.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
With pleasure, yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
The item passes 7-0.
So
Please remember to hire North Miami Beach residents if you can.
We'll try as much as we can.
Thank you.
And the more she beats you up, the more she likes your project.
I know him from a
I
long
came
time
to
ago.
understand that. Thank
He
you
has
so much.
beautiful children.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
We need a motion and a
Monument.
second to introduce 10.3. Can we get the motion for 10.3?
Motion.
Okay, great. Mr. Attorney.
Item 10.3, resolution number R2024-117, approving and denying site plan and variances for Feldman House, Edward N. Interim Community Development Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving or denying a variance from Section 24-95B to allow 14 parking spaces in lieu of 23 parking spaces required. Approving and denying a variance from Section 24-122A1 to allow for a 21-foot 1-inch landscape buffer in lieu of the 5-foot buffer required. Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-122B1A to permit the allowance of one terminal island at the end of each parking row in lieu of one on each end.
Can I borrow your pen?
Approving or denying a variance from Section 24-122B1B to permit the allowance of 13 contiguous parking spaces between landscape area in lieu of the required 8 parking spaces, and approving or denying the site plan application with conditions for the construction of a 35-foot, 2-story warehouse building with 11,408 square feet of, 2-story warehouse building with 11,408 square feet of warehouse space and 3,331 square feet of office mezzanine space located at 1981 Northeast 153rd Street, providing for findings of fact, confirming expiration and limitation of approval, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Madam Clerk, Jennings disclosure.
Jennings disclosure. Per Resolution R95-24, the subject matter of any ex-parte communication, together with the identity of the person, group, or entity making the communication, shall be disclosed and made part of the record on file with the city prior to final action on the matter. Commissioner Chernoff.
I have had no discussions with anybody, and I will, by the information that I see tonight, I will vote on it.
Commissioner Florimon.
I have not spoken with anyone on this item to the best of my recollection and could make my decision based on the information that I received this evening. Thank you.
Jennings disclosure form has been received from Commissioner Jean. Commissioner Joseph.
To the best of my knowledge, I have not discussed this item, and I can make a decision based on the evidence presented to me this evening.
Commissioner Smuggler.
This is, I just want to clarify, this is the multifamily parking regulation?
No.
Which one are we at?
10.3.
10.3.
Warehouse Feldman.
Sorry. Wrong page. Okay, and that's why I was wrong about the variances, because I was looking at this one. This one has 4, I think. All right, 10.3, I've only spoken to the manager, and I can make a decision based on what I hear tonight.
Vice Mayor Smith is off the dais. Mayor Piper.
Okay. I have, to the best of my recollection, I've not spoken to anybody on this, and I'll make my decision based on what I hear this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still going to be missing Commissioner Smith when she comes back. Okay. All right, perfect. All right, can you please swear in the speakers, Madam Clerk?
If you plan on providing testimony, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay, that's it. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? In your response?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Before you this evening is a site plan application for the Feldman Warehouse located at 1981 to 2011 Northeast 153rd Street in what is currently the B4 district, a little bit north of 151st. The property size is 14,740 square feet on a lot size of 28,189 square feet. The folio number in question is 07-2216-019-0090. The existing land use is currently a one-story.
Mr. Ring, I need to interrupt you for just 1 second. Commissioner Smith, we need you to confess your sins for the Jennings disclosure. We noticed you walked away at a convenient time. Madam.
Vice Mayor Smith.
I don't even think the manager and I spoke about this, but I'm going to say we did just in case, but I don't think we did. And I don't remember. It was this afternoon. I don't remember. But I will make my decision on what I hear tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, continue, Mr. Ring. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries, Mayor. Existing land use, they're trying to redevelop the site from a small one-story, 2,000 square feet office building and a 500 square foot structure into a larger warehouse. The future land use is the warehouse office space, and it is zoned to allow for this development. No, at first glance, it doesn't look like a warehouse, but we assure you, based on staff review, what the site plan approval, it's for a 2-story warehouse and associated 3,331 square feet of office space that is related to the warehouse, as 23 parking spaces. The Planning and Zoning Board had previously heard it and recommended approval by a vote of 5-0 for recommendation to approve from the commission. You see here in the yellow, that's the location of the site. And it's got a bit of a weird curve to it. the proposed site plan provide for, that got cropped. For a warehouse with three, I believe it's 3 units right here, and parking in front. You'll see in the site plan that provides you that the site curves a bit, which provide for some of the variants that I'll discuss in a minute. Staff reviewed the parking requirements for this, and you'll find a parking variance request that's a little bit unusual. Because the parking request, variance request is not to necessarily reduce the parking when it's practically applied, but to kind of transfer the parking from being on-site to being off-site so that it's along the right-of-way. It's interesting because even though it looked like it's a parking reduction variance, by having 23 spaces at the end of the day, that's how much the warehouse would have required in the first place. We just don't want it all they just don't want it all within the site itself, but some of it to align the roadway. In essence, though, from a city standpoint, it's actually more beneficial for the city because if the warehouse isn't using all the parking, then the rest that's on the street becomes kind of de facto general parking that the surrounding properties and the city can generally use. So that would advise the commission to take that into consideration, that it's not actually a parking reduction, it's just how it's structured in that request right there. You see from the formula where here, they're going to meet their requirement for for the overall number of spaces. As with all other sites, we ran through a natural site plan review criteria ranging from natural environment site to landscaping and lighting. There we go. Here's the site. You see, as I was mentioning before, the parkings are numbered on there. I know they're small on the screen, but from 2 to 13, and then you see that there's parallel parking on the street to bring you up to the 20-something spaces. The building is small enough that they did provide us with a shadow study, but staff had no objections based on that. I've already covered variant number 1, which is a parking variant, so to speak, without an actual reduction in parking as proposed on the site plan, that's in configuration. There are 3 other variances, the second one being the landscape buffer variant, where they're looking for, because of how the road curves, part of the buffer strip to be 2 feet 1 inch, where 5 feet is normally required. Staff looked at this and also needs to note to the commission that while it curved and they're asking for that variant for that narrow point, they also have the landscaping to make up for it on the other part of the property where it's a little bit wider. So in essence, they're trying to deal with the curve and the variant, but they're actually providing the same amount of square footage overall that you would normally see if it was continuously 5 feet. It just aligned it a little differently because of the curvature of the roadway. So while they're looking for a buffer variant, there's actually no reduction in the amount of landscaping square footage that results from this design. The variant number 3 is terminal island variant. Again, with similar to the last item that you saw, that had to deal with the spacing of the terminal island to space out parking, and given the configuration of the site, in order to put all the parking that we would want on there, this is where this variant comes in to permit the allowance of 1 terminal island rather than 1 on each end. And then the last variance being requested is also interior island variance. Same thing with the, instead of having the 8 parking spaces and then an island, in order to fit it given the curvature of the site and its odd shape, to do 13 instead of 8 parking spaces before you have the islands with the landscaping. Something that we had to condition with that prior to providing for the final plan. They need to update their site visibility triangle for safety purposes on the plan prior to submitting for building permit. And the option for you this evening are to either move for approval or denial the variance and the site plan and associated for variances. The applicant is here for a brief presentation if the commission so desires.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ring. Madam Clerk, public comment?
Good evening. The floor is open for public comment for this item. If you wish to speak, please step forward.
Okay, let the
Mr.
record
Mayor?
reflect no one came forward and public comment is closed. And anything from the commissioners? Mr. Treff?
To the applicant, it's a beautiful project. Where are the garage doors? I see one. Is that all?
There's one on each end of the bays.
One on each end of the bay, and by this picture, they don't look very big. What's the size of them?
Oh, gosh.
14.
12 by 12.
12 by 12, but you just colored them the same as the building, so
We
we don't
did,
see them.
kind of blend.
No, it's a beautiful project. I mean, I wouldn't call it a warehouse. It looks like an office building. So thank you for bringing it forward.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I had a question. What's the usage of the warehouse? Is there a particular use in?
Yes, the owner of the property is going to occupy the office and warehouse area, and they work in like computer parts. Should I disclose about the county? So computer repair parts and small items. That's why we didn't need a lot of doors.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
I don't think he was sworn in, though, so I don't know if you want to.
Swear to tell the truth.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to provide shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
In addition to computer parts, we supply.
Your name.
Oh, sorry. My name is Errol Feldman, managing member of JME Holdings, which is the owner of the property. We provide computers to schools throughout the country, primarily Chromebooks, laptops, anything technology-wise for schools and kids and students. So here we have our office currently a couple blocks away. We're building this warehouse for ourselves, and we do internship programs with schools, Miami-Dade County. So it's a great spot for it all.
Thank you so much. I wanted to follow up with that and saying that we could definitely speak to our manager and the team on some more partnerships with the city and also the schools within the feeder pattern that we have. So that would be a great point of consideration if you would be willing to consider that.
Absolutely.
I just want to ask a question for Mr. Ning. Mr. Ning, are you comfortable, because it's less than half you're reducing from 23 to 14? It's almost half. Are you comfortable if the owner wasn't an occupant, that would be enough space if somebody else owned it 3 years from now?
Staff is comfortable because the way we see it, the project required 23 spaces. And overall, what you see on the site plan proposed, even though it's a different configuration, it's actually 23 spaces. So there's enough from a on-site and a immediately adjacent on-street parking to meet the demands.
Yeah, well, on-street parking is what we're trying to get away from.
It won't. If we didn't, because of the curvature of the road, unless it were configured a certain way, Commissioner, we would not get that amount of parking. And I understand the concern for wanting to move away from on-street parking, but we also have all other concern from the Commissioner that we are not getting enough parking onto some of these properties. So because of, we couldn't have it both ways to this property, so staff opted to work with the applicant to maximize the amount of parking that was available on the space to meet that requirement.
Mayor, excuse me, we have an emergency. Could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Please.
Yeah, that's why the police were running.
Okay, we'll take a break. Yeah, well, just, we're going to recess for 5 or 10 minutes. Okay.
What's the emergency?
Yeah, of course.
I want to go take a look in the room there, see what's going on. Let's take a look, yeah.
What's the emergency, David?
What happened? All right, we're ready to continue the meeting. Commissioner John? Commissioner John?
Daniela, tell them that rescue's here and they'll bring a pillow. Oh, there you go. All right, so we have. Yep.
I'm right here.
Oh, there she is. You're fast. I'm impressed. You're fast.
City manager? Yes, sir.
Scotch.
I don't think he drinks, or anymore.
He didn't used to. Okay. Ready? Okay. All right. All right, so bring us back where we right were before. We were, at what point were we in this here? Did all the commissioners, we did the public comment, we closed the public comment, and the commissioners are discussing.
Right.
Okay, so, and no other comment on this item?
No, I'd like to call the vote.
Second.
All right, you got a first, we got a motion and a second, and Madam Clerk, we need a roll call.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
With pleasure, yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
It passes 6-0.
Be sure to try to hire North Miami Beach residents in construction.
Okay, what was your comment?
In regards to, I'm trying to understand, I'm trying to get my bearings to the rules of procedure. Regarding the Motorola, I was wondering if we could try to bring that item, because I know it's in the manager.
Yeah, I know I've got certain items that are marked as priority items. So.
Okay, so if we can go that, I just want to just move along.
Mr. Mayor, with respect to the scenario the way it is, are we able to iterate what items we're going to take care of and what else is going to?
Would you like me to share the priority items right now?
Just the priorities, yeah.
Can we just move forward with the meeting?
All right, so the priority items, and Mr. Manager, 11-1, you said we can hold off for now or not?
I would recommend that we move forward with 11-1.
Okay.
Can you name all the priority ones?
Sure.
So we can
I'm
just
going to
wrap
name
it
them
up?
all for you.
All right, go ahead.
11-1, 11-2, 11-6, 11-7, 11-8, 11-10.
All right.
So 11-5 we're forgetting.
Yeah.
There's a couple in there we're forgetting, yeah.
So
unless we end up having time and they're so inclined to revisit it later, but let's just do what we can. Okay, all right, so let's move on.
Move to introduce ordinance number 11.1.
Second.
Ordinance number 2024-13.
Mr. Attorney.
Item 11.1, ordinance number 2024-13, second reading. Text amendment for multifamily parking regulations. Edward Ang, Interim Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 24 of the City Code entitled Zoning and Land Development by specifically amending Article 5 entitled Zoning Use Districts to modify the residential category minimum and maximum requirements from Section 24-58.1 Fulford Mixed Use Town Center, District Table MU/TC-5 minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.2 Mixed Use Employment Center District, Table MU/EC-5 minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.3 Mixed Use Neighborhood Center District, Table MU/NC-5 minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.4 Arch Creek Mixed Use Corridor District, Table MU/C-5 minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.5 Southern Mixed Use Waterfront District, Table MU/SWF-5, minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.6, Northern Mixed Use Waterfront District, Table MU/NWF-5, minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.7, Eastern Mixed Use Waterfront District, Table MU/EWF-5, minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. Section 24-58.8, International Boulevard District, MU/IB. Part 3, Urban Design Standards, Table MU/IB-7, minimum and maximum parking requirements by use. And to amend Article 9, Section 24-93, entitled Parking Lot Design Standards, to create subsection L, multifamily tandem parking, and subsection M, valet parking, and subsection N, fee-based parking, and amend Article 9, Section 24-95, entitled Minimum Space Requirements, to clarify and increase parking space requirements, providing for conflicts, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ng.
Thank you, Mayor. As staff had already previously presented, it's okay with Mayor Commission. We're going to do our presentation on an abridged version this time.
Please.
This changes the parking regulation based on the study analysis that we had commissioned a consultant to do a while back, and really the recommendations that you see before are really based off that, the data analysis from that and the review of the ITE or the Institute for Transportation Engineering manuals. We did go beyond that as mentioned last time in discussing internally and with the public during the public workshop that were held about the need for more parking spaces as reflected through the guest-based requirement. You'll see that part is a change at the requirement from 1 for 20 spaces to 1 for 20 units to 1 for 10 units, which will result in a higher parking requirement. You'll also find that we are codifying tandem parking where we had no codification before, which makes it easier for us to try to persuade and have the tool to persuade a developer to structure their parking a little bit differently in order to fit more spaces. You also note just really quickly that part of the issue we found in the field was that when you have fee-based parking inside the structures, look, people are just going to go for the free space first, and the free spaces have to be on the street. So those will fill up first before the paid parking in the building, and that's just common sense logic from our end. And so we structured some language to try to hedge against that. Obviously, there's going to be some enforcement needed from code compliance and in review of the building, but these are the main recommendations in summary that are the basis of what you see before you this evening.
Mayor and Commission, if I can have Ed, can you please also, part of the discussion that was had last time was at the first reading was with regards to allowing, and I know it's not part of this, but in some of our one-on-one, especially with one of the commissioners, it was to potentially amend or provide a motion to amend in which applicants who are currently under the review process also be grandfathered in to the existing code. How many projects fall under that?
I actually have a printout to get the commissioner, so give me 1 second.
But Mr. Manager, shouldn't that language be in here?
Because there was no definite, with regards to a motion on the first, the language kept consistent between first and second. a simple motion. This doesn't affect the change of it. It's just ensuring that the projects that are in there, so there's no significant change to the actual recommendation within the code.
Thank you.
You could make that
I
motion because.
will make that motion.
And I think that we should list exactly who it is, so there's no problem.
You want me to make it now?
Yes, and I'll second it.
Wait, make sure the attorney doesn't have a
For the
comment.
record, Commissioner, because again, it's a change from first to second reading, what it is technically, it is a motion to amend the language of the resolution. You're allowed to amend on second reading under some circumstances which are not, don't change the character of it substantially, but the staff is not authorized to make that change after it passes.
Do we need
first
to
reading.
vote? Do we need to vote on the motion to amend first, or
Yes.
and then we have to vote for the motion?
There's a motion
approve
to
the
amend, and if the motion passes, then the document is amended, and then you have to have a final vote on the document as amended.
All right.
I'm sorry, Mayor, and just part of the other discussion was also, which wasn't completely fleshed out. It was well, it may have, and I apologize if I'm misspeaking for the commission. With regards to, in the first reading, it was accepting the staff recommendation, but there was certain conversation of whether the multifamily should mirror that on Eastern Shores, which requires 2 spaces for efficiencies and 2 for 1 bedroom, in which the current staff for non-Eastern Shores, it was 1 space for efficiency studios or 1 bedroom. So I didn't know if the commission wanted to also have that conversation. So if you're going to amend, it may be having that discussion and then amending once the discussion's been fleshed out, or not. It's up to the commission, but I just thought I would mention that.
Well, I think we'll save a lot of time if we make a motion to amend.
Through the mayor, I want to amend 2 things also. So if we're going to add the amendments, let's discuss my amendments.
Okay.
Okay, real fast.
Yep.
I think real fast that
Please.
on page 8, where it says a parking study may be required under section 5, I want to add, I said, should we add, if a parking study is required, that the developer pays? I want to add that if a parking study is required, that the developer pays for the parking study. And under how many, on residential area, on a condominium, how many parking spaces for a 4-bedroom? It should still be 3. I've contacted Aventura. I've contacted quite a few cities, and nobody has 4 places. Most of them stop at 2. If you want to continue 3 bedrooms, gets 3 parking places, but to require a developer to give up 4 parking places, as I mentioned before, if you can afford a 4-bedroom condominium, you can afford to rent the 4th space from the building. I just think to require 4 spaces and for a developer to use his square footage up in parking place. So I'd like to amend that to 3. I would like to amend that if a study is required, the developer pays.
Okay. So is somebody going to notate, Mr. Mayor, can you notate exactly what the amendments are going to be so that we know for sure what's going on? Okay. All right. So, and then, all right, so we're clear on the amendments then, right? So then we just need.
You have a motion to amend.
Okay, I got the motion, got the second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right,
now
passes
I-
unanimously. Okay, now we need another motion to approve with the
No.
amendment.
Amendment, that all of them combined?
All of them combined.
Move to approve
Yeah.
ordinance number 2204-13 as amended.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Wait, you know what? Hang on, we need a roll call. We need a roll call. Sorry about
No, but we,
that. And we need public comment also. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here.
And we
Okay.
also need clarity.
All right, so we'll leave the
We
motion
have
on the table, and then, Madam Clerk, let's public comment.
And clarity on the amendment.
Well, you stated them.
no, we didn't state them yet.
No.
I didn't state the amendments I wanted.
No. he
Okay,
didn't
wait,
say-
wait a second.
We voted on them without.
I thought that we were
stating them.
clear with the amendments. I just said to the manager, are we clear on the amendments?
Well, he gave him
Instead
an
of 3
idea, but
times.
we didn't make it in a form of a motion yet.
We just approved it, but, so basically it was Commissioner Smith's amendments
sir.
as well as the,
Grandfathering in of the list of properties that you received in front of you.
right.
Is there language, though? Again, I understood there is language that's proposed, right? At least on the one that Commissioner Chernoff brought.
No, there was no language yet.
No, the language is not there.
You can't vote on it if there's not language.
Well, that's what
I don't
I'm
know what you're
saying.
Voting on.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so then you need to create the language now, is that the idea?
Yeah.
I think there is a proposed language on the amendment that Commissioner Chernoff's bringing on the grandfathering, isn't there?
No, are we listing each name? We didn't even discuss it. Is the amendment going to list each name of the development that could be grandfathered in?
Well,
No?
Well, Joe's asking a different question. Is there language already there of grandfathering in that's just not?
Well, when you say original,
No, we would,
it wasn't there
In the original order.
last meeting,
From the
but
original
I
order.
believe there is a draft that I've seen. Isn't there, Mr. Manager, Mr. Eng?
It's just the name.
No, the
it's just
public,
the name.
a developer has proposed language, but that's not being recommended by staff. That's not our language.
Well, then what is?
Oh, our language, the way I understand
motion for
it,
change.
is that we're going to make the amendments going to be that we're going to recognize all these projects in the
Right.
pipeline.
Didn't two of them just go through?
Mayor, I apologize. I did leave one item off of it, though I will have to, I will have to resend it to you digitally.
Well, all we can, wait. All we have to do is say that the people that are, approve the people that are in the pipeline.
Yes.
And up to a certain point from TRAD forward.
Right.
That
I don't-
consider.
With all respect, Commissioner, we don't know who's going to be here 6 months from now or a year from now when this project's. We have vacillated. Commissioner Jean has gone on and on about the name, who and how many times. Let's list the ones that they have, fact, and he's going to add one more.
Which
and
is the
that's
one
part
which
of
is the
it.
one you're going to add?
If we can just read the entire list.
Well, and shouldn't we eliminate the ones that already were approved? I think there's
Right.
at least the
Feldman warehouses no longer.
Right.
Right.
And the 174 shops.
And I should note that one of these is the final plat. We just gave you our active
20th
pipeline
Avenue.
project as a whole. So in terms of practical application of the project that have residential units attached are 170 Biscayne, 317 Northeast 168th Street, Uptown Harbor. And then the last project that we have received this month and going to TRAD on the 24th is the project that is currently south of Greenwich Park at that kind of like rhombus-shaped property, a little bit north of where you see a little bit of north of Aura.
Did you have a total of about 12 last time?
No, but those were warehouses
Those were-
and commercial.
Right.
So these are the ones that are affected by the mixed use.
Just for what it's worth,
17400 West Dixie is the address.
I would think that there's nothing wrong with a list, but it would be preferable if you're going to have a list that there be some language that describes what the exemption is, and then you can say, and including specifically the following, but to not have any language that explains why those are being listed, I don't think is optimum. There.
So why don't we just say that the following projects or properties are subject to the old ordinance, not the new ordinance, if ordinance is the right word. And then
They're
just list
grandfathered
and then
under
just
the
list
old
what they are.
ordinance.
Well, I would suggest this if it's possible. If this is the pleasure of the commission, and if I'm misdescribing it, please say so. But I think that you should have some general language that would say something like, when you have the new rules, that just says something on the order of, however,
That's not hers.
projects that are deemed,
She's closing it.
Sorry.
projects that are deemed to already be, quote, in the pipeline, close quote, having already applied to TRAD shall be exempted from these new regulations, and you can use the word grandfathered, in quotes, grandfathered in, close quotes, under the old regulations, and then say specifically to include and then provide the list. Does that meet what you're trying to do,
Yes.
Commissioners?
Yes.
Okay, I would recommend, and that's on the tape, and that can be verbatim, and that way, it's not like you're just picking some projects because you like them or who's submitting them. There's a rationale that explains why you're making this change, because they're, quote, in the pipeline. And that way, that's, if there is some question, that policy is easier to justify if we ever had to do so.
That would be my
addresses-
amendment.
All right, so that addresses the pipeline portion of it.
Yeah.
Okay? And then, Mr. Manager?
I would suggest
Mr.
also,
Manager.
Mayor, that perhaps
Mario?
we can do this in two amendments. The first amendment would be the one that Commissioner Chernoff is bringing as to this policy item, and then there are two discrete items that the Vice Mayor is bringing, and I'll try and help with the language on those.
Well,
so we have actual language.
I think there's also one more that the manager was also bringing, right? You were bringing about the residential. I mean, the matching the Eastern Shores requirement.
I believe the motion that Vice Mayor Smith was indicating was taking care of that with regards to the number of spots, and her recommendation was to eliminate the 4 spaces per 4-bedroom and stop it at 3 and above. So any unit with 3 bedrooms or more would be capped at 3 spaces. And then the question would just be if you wanted 1 space per efficiency studio or 1-bedroom unit.
Right. That's why you might want to you could roll them both together, but have that be a separate amendment. And Commissioner, Vice Mayor, can you restate it so I can try and help with language?
Anything over 3 bedrooms, the requirement is 3 parking places.
Okay, and
3.
what was the other? About the developer pays?
If there is a traffic study required, the developer pays for the traffic study.
So I would say that we have one amendment from Commissioner Chernoff that subsumes the others. And then there's a second amendment that Vice Mayor Smith wants to bring, which is the section that talks about the developer, if there is a subsequent traffic study. What section is that?
Under Section 5, the second paragraph, all fractional space requirements shall be rounded off to the next highest number. For uses not specified, the director shall determine the space requirements. A parking study may be required, period.
And that's
I want to add,
second paragraph.
that's correct.
So I would say the language would be an amendment that provides for 2 things, because those are kind of related, more so than the one that Commissioner Chernoff is bringing. That your amendment would be to state that as to Section 5, second paragraph, if the parking study referenced is required, that the proposed ordinance be amended to state that in such event, the parking study shall be paid for by the applicant. And in addition, your other part of your amendment would be to state that section, where is it that you have in front of you?
Section, it's on page 9 at the top, and it's under Section 5 also, parking space requirement.
That the amendment would be that, and in addition to that section about parking study costs, that you move to amend Section 5 as to the required number of spaces for multi-bedroom units be amended to provide that, say it one more time, please, Vice Mayor?
The maximum number of parking spaces per unit will be 3.
Required.
To be amended to provide that regardless of the number
Of units,
of
bedrooms.
bedrooms in a unit, the maximum number of parking spaces to be required for a unit shall not exceed 3.
Correct.
And those two, we've now identified what section and the language for your change, and they can be combined because they're very similar in nature, and that is a second amendment. And Mayor, we should vote first on Commissioner Chernoff's amendment about grandfathering, and then second, we should vote on Vice Mayor Smith's amendment, which has 2 parts, but both of them deal with the number of parking spaces.
Okay, so the language you're going to be able to get off of the tape.
That's the
right?
language, yes, sir.
Okay, so that won't be a problem.
And so
Whoever's going to be
Commissioner
transcribing that.
Chernoff made the first and I
I guess
seconded.
whoever transcribes it will get it approved by you before it.
Yes, sir, I will
becomes-
work with the clerk on that, and we can get that done.
Okay, all right. So that's, now, do we need to withdraw or vote that the first amendment we voted on?
It's probably best if you have a quick motion by anybody, because it was unanimous, to reconsider what was previously voted because it was not clarified.
I make the
Wait,
motion.
wait. He's scratching his head and has a question.
Mr. Attorney, the way you phrased it created internal inconsistency with the rest of the text. You have to create an additional amendment because you would essentially create based on the letter of what you just put together, if you're capping the amount of spaces per 3-bedroom in the way you just described, but then you don't clarify on whether or not the 1 per pen unit gets spaces is part of that calculation or not, then you're de facto eliminating that part of the regulation and creating something that staff would not know how to apply.
Well, we don't want to do that, obviously, Mr. Director. That would be, I mean, based on how you phrased it, I can say that would be bad. So since we don't want to do that, I understand what you're saying, but I would invite you, if you could, to supplement the language of the proposed amendment by Vice Mayor Smith with additional language to clarify that we're not intending to negate the section that you just described with the amendment. Could you possibly proffer some language for that?
I would just simply put an exemption in for guest parking and note that guest parking will not be considered part of this calculation of maximum parking space for a 3-bedroom unit, because then that separates the issue completely.
Is that in addition to the prior language or instead of?
You have to put it in addition to the prior language if you want to keep the language that's written.
Then I would say we would do it the following way. We have the language we just dictated for Vice Mayor Smith, but what we're going to do is we're going to add to that amendment additional language that would say, however, notwithstanding
Get parking, get based parking requirements. Actually, you would actually, just leave it at notwithstanding any requirements for guest spaces, and leave it at that.
Any requirements for guest space parking shall
be excluded from this calculation.
be excluded.
Be excluded from
excluded from this calculation. Is that okay with you, Vice Mayor? It's a good catch by Mr. Eng.
What Mr. Eng says and you say is perfectly fine with me.
Okay. Then that is the verbatim language for the amendment by Vice Mayor Smith. So I would say, Mayor, that we had Commissioner Joseph just move to reconsider.
Yep.
Do a quick vote on.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor to reconsider?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now,
removes what was voted on.
Well, I make the amendment.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Grandfathering.
I second the amendment.
No, I second.
Okay, well.
Oh, you did already?
You're making an motion to amend the First Amendment.
Commissioner Chernoff is moving to amend the language of the ordinance as passed on first reading, as was stated.
Yes, I am.
And I
First
second.
reading.
Or do I, didn't second it.
You go to discussion, you have to have public comment if there is any. Hopefully, there's none.
Okay. All right. So,
There might be, there's two attorneys.
all right, so let's, want to get public comment, Madam Clerk?
Public comment is open. If you wish to speak on this item, please step forward. We have the first signed
There you go.
speaker.
Do I have to be sworn in or not this time?
No, not this time, sir.
Checking.
No, you're not testifying, you're giving comment.
Fine, we can do that. Again, David Zapin, host of Wage Theft Nation. Just the matter of parking spaces. I hope you're right that, say, a four-bedroom apartment should not need a fourth space. But that's presuming that, again, more people are working from home, which I keep hearing. Just like we were all supposed to be driving zip cars at least 10 years ago, right? You could basically whip out a credit card and rent a car from anywhere. I don't see that happening even with Uber helping to replace taxis. No, it's just another case of the change you hope you get not being quite what you get. In 1993, the joke was we were all going to be delivering pizzas to one another as the factories left America. And while anyway we are, they left out the part how instead of having human dispatchers, preferably played by Danny DeVito, instead we're getting digital algorithms with varying outcomes. So yes, I really hope that not every four-bedroom apartment needs four spaces. I suspect one of those is being rented out as an illicit Airbnb, but that's just me being a pessimist. So again, happy holiday. Oh, and I hope someday we can have a talk about the need for tiny houses, perhaps replacing sheds. So that's next year's problem. Good luck out there. Be safe.
Thank you.
Good evening, Matt Amster with law firm of Burke, Howardell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I'm here today for the limited item of grandfathering, and thank you for agreeing to add that language. Just to be clear, this is the property at 17400 West Dixie Highway. It's not on your list, but Mr. Ng did mention it because we do have our TRAD meeting next week. So we wanted to just to make sure that that is one of the projects that is included. This is I'm here on behalf of Dixie Investments and Row Dixie, which is the owner, and appreciate your allowing us to move forward because the project's already been in the works for quite some time, and we will adhere to today's existing requirements.
What's the name of the project, please?
It doesn't really have a name. It's just at 17400 West Dixie Highway. This is the about 4-acre vacant property just south of Reynolds Park.
That's the Braha Dixie one for us legacy people?
Yeah, some people may remember Braha Dixie. That's had a comprehensive plan and rezoning to bring it into the neighborhood center mixed use district. Very well vetted to have basically a concept plan that has limited height. And we're basically building off of that concept plan for now going through the site plan process.
It's just south of the Reynolds Park entrance on Dixie Highway. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay. No one's come forward. Public comments closed.
Did we do my addendum?
Okay. Well, we're still trying to get the first one done. So we're going to do yours next.
So
all right. Any
moved
other
and
discussion
seconded.
on that? We got the motion. We got the second.
And you've
No
added the name of that other, or the description of that other project?
17400 West Dixie Highway.
Was it still called Baja? Was it still,
The old Braha Dixie project. Yeah.
what's the name of it?
It's called
Doesn't
Dixie
have a name.
Partners.
It's called the unnamed project.
No, it's got a name.
What name?
The 174, whatever, Dixie Highway.
Mr. Amster just noted that there wasn't a name for the project
unnamed
that mentioned.
Right. Or the,
its name.
or the former Braha Dixie project, if you want to call it that.
No, it must have a name.
Not everything
It's
has a
just
name.
an address. Just call it an address.
Call it the Matt Amster.
Okay.
Please don't.
All right. Do we need a roll call on this one? Or
It's an amendment.
all right. So we're all good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So the First Amendment.
Yes.
Passed. Now we've got the Commissioner Smith Amendment, right? Okay, we need a motion and second for that.
Phyllis, make the motion.
I made the motion.
Got the second? Perfect. Now we need public comment on the second one.
Public comment is open. If you wish to speak on this amendment, please step forward.
Okay.
Is everybody comfortable?
No one's come forward, and public comment's closed. Any other discussion on the second Phyllis Amendment? No? Okay, we got the second. I think we already had the second. We already had the second. You're the second. All right.
All in favor.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Now move to approve ordinance number 2024-13, second reading as amended.
As amended twice.
As amended twice.
You're really correct. No, as amended is really right. Actually, that's correct.
I listen to my attorney.
But you're more right than your attorney on that.
Okay, so we got the second. Now we need public comment on that one.
Yes.
Public comment is open.
No one came forward. Public comment's
And it's a
closed.
roll call, Mayor.
If there's no
Okay,
comment.
wait, I just want to ask the manager about Eastern Shores. So efficiency in a one-bedroom, get two parking places. Was there anything else besides, what's a three-bedroom get? A four-bedroom?
Eastern Shores caps at 3 spaces for 2 bedrooms or larger.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got public comment, we got the motion, we got the second, and now we need a roll call.
Commissioner Joseph. Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Piper.
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Congratulations, Commissioner.
Finally.
Now navigated your way through a
Okay,
complicated issue.
perfect. That was complex.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need a motion and second to introduce 11-2.
Move to approve. Move to introduce.
11.2?
Yeah, introduce.
11.2.
Mr. Attorney.
What is-
It's not a long
No.
one.
Item 11 point, yeah,
I'm
thank
so-
gosh, I saw that right away, Mayor. Item 11.2, ordinance number 2024-14, first reading, Biscayne Overlay District, Edward A. Interim Community Development Director. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Development, amending Article 5 entitled Zoning Use District, amending Article 24-52 entitled B2 General Business District to create subsection 24-52.1 entitled B2 General Business District Overlay to provide specific requirements and to provide uniform development standards for properties facing the Biscayne corridor within the B2 General Business District, providing for conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Mr. Ing.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. We had a presentation in here.
Don't expect your technology to work tonight.
Yes, wait, do I click there or? Thank you. That's why we have IT. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Tonight for you, text amendment ordinance adopting an overlay for the B2 district of Biscayne Boulevard and add with before the request at note during the workshop to before a set of roads and regulations for the B2 district along the Biscayne corridor to match the county strategic Miami area rapid transit plan. The smart plan, as you know, runs through, one quarter run through the city with a projected transit station in the future for 151st and Biscayne. You already heard prior to this our comprehensive plan changes for the rapid transit zone boundary map. And so this would be consistent with that. We are only looking at the B2 items that are adjacent, B2 zone that's adjacent to Biscayne Boulevard. Everything you see there in the map in yellow, it actually, would be affected otherwise, but we're restricting it to that particular aspect. You'll see in there, if they opt into the overlay, just for the general public to know, they can choose not to opt into the overlay. But the opt into overlay, the use table does change to allow for various items ranging from office to parking garage as a primary use, not an accessory one attached to another building. Things like that we want to try to look at promoting that other cities are looking at, ranging from commercial recreation, which are bowling alleys and like Bolero or the high-end stuff, to artisanal industry where if you've ever been to a maker's market at a farmer's market, this is where people have the basis to make those jewelry, those earrings and items like that, or fresh candles and things like that. The challenge here with in regard to increasing the density along Biscayne Boulevard, the corridor, as we presented last time, it was really that's a matter of aligning the city's future growth along infrastructure that can support it. We've heard time and time again from the commissioners, the commission on your concerns that we're approving all the tall towers next to two-lane road and then looking at what's going to go wrong with the traffic. Here, this aligns it along a 6-lane road with provision in the code to address traffic either voluntarily and they're still going to be required to do their fair share as well on top of what they can provide voluntarily as part of bonuses. We want to encourage quality investment along this corridor, and that's why instead of giving away a lot of that density, they have to earn it now. So when you look at changes from 125 to 175 in terms of dwelling units per acre, the developers have to provide contribution to get to that 175. It's no longer giving away by right like you have in the mixed-use district, and that in the form of the 6 areas of community benefits.
And you spell that out?
Yes, so these type of community development benefit can be found in pages, like refer you to your package, starting on page 11, and they align to these 5 different areas you see here, ranging from workforce and affordable housing to open space and recreation to civic infrastructure. And so when you look at the bonus type, for example, on-site dedication of affordable units, and these are dedicated affordable units for 30 years minimum by covenant. For every 1 unit, you get a 2-unit density bonus. We noted that even though that there's 50 units you can go up to, it capped at 30 dwelling units that you can use for this type of bonus. And so throughout the different charts that range from affordable and workforce units to parks and recreation funds to on-site dedication.
Can you go back to the ratio of the workforce affordable? You said it's up to 30?
It's up to 30 units. So if they ask for 30 units, they need to provide 15 of those 30 units per dwelling units per acre as affordable housing.
And isn't this where we need to put library?
We had actually put in library under bonus type E, civic infrastructure. So library being civic infrastructure, we actually provided that in the basis of what they need additional height. They need to contribute a certain amount to qualify. We noted last time that it's also important from the standpoint that when we think about how we're going to structure impact fees in the future, your impact fees in the future can only go towards capital improvement. And what the commission really wants is the money to also be available for programming. You cannot use impact fees for operational costs. programming is an operation cost. It is not legal. So this provides a voluntary contribution that makes the utilization and a separate fund, or those funds in a separate fund, that makes it, appropriate, and it's voluntary and not required.
Okay.
Okay, we went over this quite extensively.
Wait, hang on one second. We need to public comment first.
Oh, you pointed
Okay.
to me.
Well, you were pointing at me, so anyway, public comment, please. I was pointing back.
That's the point.
Hey, exactly.
Public comment is open.
Going once.
No one came
going
forward.
twice.
Public comments closed. Okay, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, I'm just going to, thank you. I am going to just quickly call off, thank you for spending so much time with me today. I want to point out my 4 things and for discussion and see if anybody else has any discussion. On page 6, the density is very, very high there. And I went over it with Mr. Eng, and he said that that would be up to us if we want to say that the density is too much. 120 to 175 use, that's 5 times how much it was in District 2. 5 times. So if we feel like that density, we could change that. I wanted to point out on page 14, you were going to find out what are the bonus types. It was left blank in the box. When it says participation in the library fund, what are the bonuses they get? I wanted to point out that under waivers, there's only one person that can give a waiver. You know that rubs me wrong. I like to have there be a check and balance, because as long as you have honest, good people, it works fine. But when things happen, you don't have any checks and balance. And there were a couple other, Mr. Ang, you were going to help me remember.
Who's the one person that makes it, the decision in this?
The director.
Okay.
That'll be under page
And the city
15 under
may
G.
recover any funds obtained. The city may recover any funds for, and I want to know how that was determined. But right underneath it might be interested to all of us that have our license. Under D, the real estate agent can be in violation and be responsible if somebody tries to present fraud to get one of the lower priced rentals on the building. They can hold the real estate broker and the real estate agent liable.
If they knowingly and willingly. Yeah. Anytime you do anything knowingly and willingly, that's against the law.
But if you don't know, if you're a real estate agent and you rent something to somebody and you have no idea that they fraudulently filled out,
Then it's not knowing and willingly.
but you could still be charged according to this.
No, it's not.
Of course, you could charge the real estate agent, and she'd have to prove that she didn't know, or he would have to prove it in court.
Oh, okay. They need a little bit of proof to bring the charge.
Yeah, you can't just say
Right.
you're not guilty before you're innocent. That's not how that works. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, that was my thing. Was there others that I had asked you to remember, Mr. Ang?
No, but let me first address the point that you had for bonus type E for the library fund, where it was blank because we copy and pasted from Excel file and it just shifted. At 70 feet in height, the height bonus, and not to exceed 350 feet. Yeah. So that's
This is first
yeah.
meeting.
So it's a bit.
I have nothing in the whole.
Right. So in terms of the waiver on G, that's in regard to waiving the ratio between commercial versus residential. Right now, one of the issues that we face at the city is the aspect of whether or not we have a commercial requirement for mixed use. You'll find that in a lot of your site plan approval, that's something that I pretty much said we kind of have a problem here, and so we don't necessarily have to have that section, but it's something that the commission should think about, whether to keep that section in terms of even a waiver for that ratio. Sometimes it means the project can get killed, but at some point, the city also has to make the policy decision of simply saying, well, maybe we don't want to waive this at all, ever. And that's the rule that you have to follow. So that's something that I would ask the commission to consider before second reading, and just maybe consider for my, for staff to look at further if that is your intent. We're happy to answer any other questions on this.
And what about the density? And what about the density for 125 to 175 units?
We looked at the density in terms of how much units you could probably fit, and we took, we workshopped it with the planning and zoning board for actually multiple meetings before we brought this to them. They did recommend it for a 7-0 to approve, and part of that discussion was, is 30 stories too tall? Does the envelope fit? What do we have in the other district, particularly the mixed-use district next door, and what might those density thresholds be, and what is naturally acceptable along a major corridor this type? So internally, staff had actually waffled, not waffled, but internally when we were discussing this over the course of about 5 or 6 months, we had actually come up with a range of numbers ourselves. We started off with looking at something like 225, and we're like, well, that's much too high. We went to planning and zoning board. It's like, okay, we got some direction there to look at our existing code and try to match along some aspects of the existing code. That's why in other portions of the ordinance that you see here, for example, the minimum unit size being 550 feet and the 800 square feet average unit size look familiar because it's in other sections of the code. And so that's where, the thought process really around where that came in comes into play. We're happy to change it to the density level that the commission feels is appropriate, because ultimately it's a policy decision, but from staff technical recommendation, that's how we really try to derive the number based on how much you could fit in that envelope, that building envelope, based on the height, the step back, and the average unit sizes.
Okay, so any other questions, comments? And if we're going to...
How long is the stretch, for the B2 district, how long is that stretch that you have? And I understand that this packet was updated. What was missing from it from before?
It was misprinted on two aspects. So the misprint came in on the blank based on page 14 that Commissioner Smith pointed out. And then the other place where there was a misprint was under page 9, where you see school daycare and vocational, the spaces, it actually still should be a line in between the two. So it's actually two separate items. The line didn't print, but at least one space for two students printed. So vocational and school daycare, where you see in the middle of the chart that says table B2/overlay 3. School and daycare and vocational, there should be a line between the two items because they're separate categories. And it's that one space for two students on the overlay.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I do want to have a more of an in-depth look at this. I want to support this tonight, but I also want to have a more in-depth chat with you and the team about this particular. Thank you.
Second reading.
Okay, yeah, and remember, it can be amended on second reading if need be.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, so motion to approve as written, correct?
As amended, yes, as written, right.
Right. Okay. All right, so
roll call.
We need a roll call.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Joseph?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smith?
First reading, yes.
Mayor Piper?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Mr. Mayor, can I get an update on what's going on with Fortuna?
We can do that off the record so that we don't put any medical
Yeah.
concerns on the record.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I suggest we just finish the entirety and get the.
Next, we're going to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, 11.6, right?
No. I think 11.7 and then 11.7, 11.8, 11.
No, but 11.6, the clerk needs
Six now.
11.6, right? We need 11.6.
11.6 is important to make sure that we're in compliance with our charter. And then we also need, the other ones are time sensitive, which would be 11.10, 11.8, 11.7.
Yeah.
Well, let's do 11.6 now. 11.6, resolution number R.
Wait. We need the motion and second introduced.
Sorry, excuse me.
I make a motion.
You got a second?
Second.
Okay. All right.
11.6, resolution number R 2024-121, approves city commission meeting dates for the 2025 calendar year. Andres Bernard, city clerk. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Bay Village, Florida, North Miami Beach, Florida, muscle memory, setting the dates for the city commission meetings for the 2025 calendar year and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, to introduce at the workshop that we had earlier this month, the commission asked how would we potentially split up the commission meeting so that it is not as condensed as it is right now. Essentially, working with the clerk, as part of your resolution, you'll see a second meeting. The second meeting are simply the alternate dates that we would normally pass. So that if we can't have a commission meeting on Tuesday, you have an alternate date, which is the following Thursday. We took that alternate date and simply divided the agenda so that the quasi-judicial and discussion items are part of that second meeting on a standalone, and then everything else stays as meeting one, so that you have that there. That's,
Okay. So we're not doing it the way that we're doing it now. The dates are basically going to be the same.
Unless we just say we want to continue, continue.
that's up to the
Continue the way we
commission.
had.
Yep.
Right.
Which
I'd be in favor of that.
I'll be in favor of that as well. Just keep it continuing the way we have it, having it as alternate, and having the alternate remaining the way it is and continuing it, as opposed to having it as a requirement. So
Right.
I'll make a motion for that.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to.
Second.
Wait a
Okay,
second.
this is discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, discuss.
I just, not that I disagree or anything, I just want to make sure we're clear as to what is it that you asked for?
We're going to leave it.
We're going to leave it the way it is. Instead of having it as a standalone meeting that remains, we'll keep it the way it is and having it as an alternate.
The second meeting will be optional?
Will be optional.
As opposed to it being mandatory, I guess.
Correct.
So just to make sure that I understand the motion is to keep the commission meeting on the date, but the entire agenda as it is presented tonight even remains the same, and the second meeting is only the alternate date if we cannot have the first.
Exactly. That's
Well, or if we decide that we need to have another meeting to finish, if we don't finish the agenda and we decide we don't want to defer it all to the next regular meeting and we want to have that alternate date meeting, which is sort of what we have right now in place.
Pretty much we're
then we
keeping
can do that.
Basically nothing's changing.
That's what we're saying.
Hold on.
That's what we're saying.
No,
Okay.
but the last meeting, we discussed having 2 meetings a month.
Well,
and how did we change it to 2 meetings a month? And that was what we were coming back
We
to.
have the option for 2 meetings.
But we never take the option.
We never take it.
And so we always backlog. Look how you're hurrying tonight, and you're hurrying, and there were so many mistakes. We're trying to say, let's do it responsible. Let's have the 2 meetings and make it work that we are doing it responsibly. We've been talking about this now for months, and now there was a way to figure it out. The minute we figured out, you know what you just did? Go back to the way we are. So when you start rushing, I mean, I have 2 people that I want to try to get on a board because there's no meeting till December.
Well, for me, look, the whole issue is that we're rushing is that when we do have our discussions, they go ad nauseum. They go for a long, long time. Before, we had a system where we had like a certain amount of time for each commissioner to speak. We've had items that have lasted, one item have lasted 45 to even an hour.
Or
That's
more.
something
Some
we need.
quasis have gone
Quasi.
2 or 3
so
hours.
we need to have a system where we have a time discussion for each commissioner, not where it just bounces all over the place and us not getting to the item as quickly as we could. I think that's a procedural aspect and of time management between us as commissioners. Now, in regards to the system that we currently have, I think it does work. It's just the managing of the time that we currently utilize. So that's why I feel comfortable, and that's why I got a second from the mayor, saying that we're keeping it the way it is. We should have a system in regards to how we deal with how we deal on items as we discuss them. Because, like I said before, we have an ordinance that said we only had a certain amount of time for each
10
commissioner,
minutes.
and for some reason that always goes way above, and nobody enforces it.
Right. So, all right. So the second was Commissioner John, by the way, but,
Yes.
but anyway, right. I mean, I think that the one thing we need to be careful of is that if we've got a big quasi type of project coming up, that we might want to consider using that alternate date for that project.
I agree.
You know, and because otherwise we're going to just use up a whole meeting on the quasi, or we don't really want to have a situation where we've got the people presenting and lawyers and everybody here, and we don't have time to
But
get
to your
to
point, Mr. Mayor, a lot of the reasons that we go over is because discussion items being piled up. Discussion items. Now, I don't think we've ever gone, except when we had the elevator or the fire situation or whatever. When it came to items when it came to quasi, I think we were able to get past all those.
Right.
But
it's
when
usually the discussion items.
It's the discussion items that always go past time.
Right.
So but like I said, I made my motion, I had my second. If we can move forward, because I know we have other items that we will need to go through.
Okay, so just to be clear, the motion, the second is for for it to be the way that it is right now.
Yeah.
So the schedule is going to work the way it is right now.
I want to add something to what the conversation is here, because I know one of the parts of the workshop discussion was council conference, right? And I don't see anything referencing that here. How we would utilize the council conference and also workshops. So that was the entirety of the conversation.
Right. Okay. So I think that there was some discussion that, if we didn't have all of the proclamations, that we would have some time during that conference time to pre-discuss the items for that evening and maybe get ahead a little bit on it.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, let me direct this to both the clerk and the city manager. When it comes to the let's say if we say we're going to keep it as is, because apparently there's a lot of confusion up here. Because I remember what I'm not. When I say confusion, means
I'm just stunned.
No. What I'm saying is I was at the actual workshop, right? So I know what I want, right? And so my question would be, if we vote on it to leave it the way it is, right? Are we able to come back and address all of the issues of concern? Okay, because what I want is for the quasi items to be separate so that we can address them and not have people sitting here all night long. And in addition to that, what I would like to see is the council conference being used as an opportunity for us to really kind of sift through some of the issues that we're spending hours and hours sifting through right now, right? So that's what I would like to see. And that's not included in what you've presented to us tonight.
Commissioner, from my recollection on the conversation.
And workshops as well. We talked about workshops and setting dates for workshops so that we can also make sure we go through everything and shorten the commission meetings. And then I see you have the 10 p.m. thing here as well.
From my recollection of the conversation, when looking at it, it was the question was brought up about having workshops prior to the commission meeting, and that schedule the week before, and there wasn't a consensus to make those either mandatory or anything like that. Then it was brought up that when we've tried that in the past, we would not have the majority of the commission, and then the same conversation that we would spend hours at the workshop, we would have to have all over again because other members weren't there. So that conversation kind of stalled out at the workshop. Then with regards to using the conference, the concern that was brought up, and this is where I believe the conversation somewhat stalled out, was that the conference is only 1 hour before, and that's typically not enough time to dive into any real conversation on any of the items.
But would be an opportunity to do presentations if we had any, right? So, is there a way for us to look at, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so to your point, the charter requires that we have 11 meetings on the books.
Right.
And so how the charter is silent on what the agenda items of those are. It does talk about having certain provisions of how the meetings are carried over and stuff like that. Now, if after today, if we want to come back in December or January or whenever the commissioner wants to have that conversation again and say, okay, these are the items that we want to now have this second item or this second meeting only when there are quasi-judicials, that's something that you can do as long as we have those 11 on the book.
Correct.
Then
Okay, so that's what I want to do in my seat. If we have quasi-judicials, which you're going to be organizing, right? They're going to have to go through chat and through the whole process. If we have quasi-judicial items, I want to see those items coming in a separate form under a separate meeting. And, so.
That's the same thing.
Okay, well,
we're agreeing. No,
I don't agree with that. But
we were just saying, but listen, the thing is that we're leaving ourselves a little discretion, because let's say the quasi is, like a home edition or a pool or something like that, and the rest of the schedule is not that heavy, then we might say, okay, this makes sense. But if we've got a new high-rise quasi project, then we know we better, do a separate meeting.
But it behooves us, but it comes back up here, right? That it would come back to the same process that we have now.
It
correct?
basically comes back to the same
So
process.
that's what I'm trying to avoid. What I'm saying is the manager has the.
We haven't deliberately put it in place. That's what's happened.
You've never seen what?
Where we have
microphone.
The first time that it almost happened.
It almost because
was on the meeting for next Thursday.
Yeah.
But then there was an issue where it couldn't happen.
Yeah, but other than
otherwise,
that,
it was a big quasi.
Yeah, it was a big quasi. It was a separate meeting or whatever.
Right.
But other than that, it is something that typically doesn't happen. You're coming up with a scenario that doesn't necessarily happen.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Did you make a motion on
Yes.
something? What was your motion on?
To leave it the way it is now.
And who seconded that motion?
I have a question as well.
I do too.
Commissioner John.
And the issue also is that we don't use Robert Rules of Order. Everyone wants to speak freely without asking through the chair, through the mayor, and that's why the meetings run over as well. We don't respect the chair, we don't respect that position, we don't respect the clerk, and I think those parameters need to be in place where we're respecting the autonomy of time and not just talking and talking and talking on and on. The points are valid, however, we're not respecting the time.
And to that, member, when I was the mayor, we had an electronic system that we were instituting that told the mayor who's next and put an order to it.
But that's not the issue.
Right now, we don't have an order.
It's not a matter of order. It's not a matter of what order everyone speaks. It's a matter of how long everyone speaks. So that is something. Right. Well, we need to do something where everybody's on the same page and people aren't going to get offended when they get cut off.
Okay, I'm going to speak when I get my turn.
Okay. So anyway, that's what, that is something we really need to look at going forward. But in the meantime, Commissioner Smith, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put it on the table, and I'm going to say it as clear as I know how to say it. I read the agenda, and I find out so many mistakes in that agenda. And I go to the manager, and I want to put it on record that those items are being corrected on record, that I'm voting for it. You're voting for it. You're changing the code, and you don't even realize you have 3 pages of the same thing, and 2 pages are missing. But when I read it and I find that, and I call the clerk's office, so when I come here, if everybody else would help me, and I even said, I hope I get help tonight. It was so intense. 4 things were very big. The overlay, the parking. These are big things that you're changing in your city. I don't know how clearly to make it. The manager had a very good point. And me that gets up at 4:30 in the morning, it's so hard to stay alert till midnight on very important changes to our city. So he put into this that your meeting, the first meeting is over at 10. Okay, let's go back to the system because we're not going to finish at midnight tonight. Let's go back to your system. The whole reason this is sitting in front of us is because we felt that we needed a change. If you didn't feel that way, we would not have put the staff through this. We would not have gone through all this, reading it, revising it. All of a sudden, it comes before you, and let's just keep it the same. So nobody shows up at the workshops. If they come sometimes half an hour late, leave an hour early, you don't get discussion, which is very important. Do you want to change this? Should we change this? Should we put our staff through this? This is bizarre that you think it can stay the same and just keep going till midnight. You think we talk too much. Well, read it and help us so that I know somebody else is finding what is very important. When you vote on it, you change it. Okay, you know what the answer always was? You can always change it back. You cannot. You need a majority vote. And so if that's the way you want to keep it, I don't mind. I don't mind. But when it comes to midnight, I am not voting to keep it after midnight.
Wait, Commissioner John's been trying to...
Here's what I want to say to that Vice Mayor Smith. We have 3 charter officers. If you're going to increase the frequency of the meetings, if there are mistakes, the onus is on them. The onus is on them. So if you're finding the mistakes, that's something that the charter officers need to be called out on.
Well, I assume if you're finding the mistakes, you're telling them before the meeting to give them the opportunity to correct them before.
If they have a whole month to create the agenda and there's still mistakes, that's something that needs to also be addressed.
Well, I mean, but whenever it is that, that any of us find a mistake when we're previewing, what's going on, what we're going to talk about.
But if you don't tell the other people, how did the other people know what they're voting on? How do they know what they're voting on? They're just voting. Okay, that's easy too.
Respectfully, this workshop that I participated in the other day, the whole idea was, okay, well, we're going to have 2 meetings. Right? Now, I don't want 2 of the same kind of meetings. That I don't want. So in that scenario, I may agree with Commissioner Joseph. But what I am saying is that if we're going to have a second meeting, we should put it in the hands of the manager. If he has quasi-judicial items that are coming up, it doesn't mean we have a meeting every 4th Thursday. What it means is if the manager has quasi-judicial that's going to take a while, then we use that specific meeting for quasi-judicial. If, like you're saying, we have a 10-minute item, we can take it up that night. But for quasi-judicial to have to come to us, or for us to say, okay, well, we agree that we should have something else, or we don't, because we have to get quorum and all this extra jazz, I don't think that's necessary. I think what we should do is second meetings for quasi-judicial and put it at the manager's discretion if he needs it. So if we have 2 or 3 items.
I want to have
Discussion on?
discussion items.
Phyllis, let them talk.
No, I want to ask that question.
It would be on the first meeting. Because
right, so this second meeting is only for quasi-judicial.
His proposal is second.
That's what we were discussing last time, is that quasi-judicial takes up quite a bit of time. People are sitting here until midnight sometimes waiting. So and then we would cap at 10. We would cap at 10.
Okay.
One moment, Commissioner, one moment.
Because it is you're trying to amend the motion.
No, I'm not amending it. I'm just stating something. If you think it's an amendment, then we can go down that route. But what I'm saying is we would cap it at 10 p.m. as we discussed during the workshop, so that no meeting ever goes over 10 p.m. that we have. Whether it's a quasi meeting or a regular meeting, it never goes over 10 p.m. That's what I'm.
Mr. Mayor?
That's what I'm. So go ahead, and then I have a hybrid idea. But
2 things. You've been here how long? A year?
Approximately.
Have we ever not gone to 12?
Yeah, one time we didn't. One time.
Yeah, one time. What time? 5 of 12?
Maybe twice.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, I remember getting high-fived.
Yeah, we're getting high five because we're.
Once, it wasn't twice.
Okay, so the whole idea of the discussion was that we constantly went to 12. We didn't do our best work at 12. We needed to space it up on 2 meetings, which both Phyllis and I pushed for 2 meetings, because again, as long as we've sat on this dais, we had 2 meetings all the time. It was every Tuesday, first and third Tuesday, every month, okay? When did it change to 1? I don't know, but again, you guys are here too long because there's too much stuff that has to be done in the one meeting. And the manager, you can't put it on the manager to say how long a quasi-judicial is going to happen, because there's no way of him telling it. What if there's 20 people against it that want to talk? Then he knows it's going to be long, but he doesn't know that till to the night of the meeting, or when the time is.
Look, the thing is,
so he can't.
The way we have it, we have the option for the second meeting.
And since I've been here, we haven't had it yet.
That's right. You never,
We may have done it once, but you know what I think the difference is that the commission had to vote on if we're going to have the next meeting. So
Yeah.
if there was a way to make it where
That's right.
when we have the first meeting, that if we vote, we're not going to have commissioners saying or mayors saying that we can't make it next week. So that was sort of the problem, is that the times that we were going to do the second meeting, we had commissioners saying, oh, no, I can't do this next week, Thursday. So, I guess the middle ground would be leave it the way it is, but make that second meeting.
Only for quasi-judicial.
Well, or just make the second meeting there, but subject to be canceled if need be. Either way, it's kind of the same thing,
What I would say is this.
If we do have if it is, that it would only be utilized just to appease take the thought process of Commissioner Florimond, that it is strictly for quasi-judicial, because that would demand that type of
Or at
time.
least large quasi.
Large quasi-judicial items.
Right.
Large. So basically, the only change that we're making now would be that if we do have the second meeting, right, it would only be required for large quasi-judicial meetings.
Right.
Second, I mean not second. I motioned that. I made my motion.
I'd like to know, just from my own understanding, being for 1 year, we've been working on trying to get, and Commissioner Smuckler was also in favor of that.
Do you want to table this until?
I would like to know why my fellow commissioners don't want to come a second meeting. Why don't you want to work? Why don't you want to give the public their money's worth? Why don't you want to have discussion, 7 people up here with 7 ideas? Why?
Commissioner Smith,
Yeah.
I don't think that's a fair assessment. We have continued. If you said yourself, your main issue is discussion items. If I had to list,
I never said that.
no. Well, you said, hey, what about discussion items?
No, I asked him when we were going to do the
But
first
hang up.
meeting.
I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling, Commissioner Smith.
I know, but don't put words in my mouth, please.
But Commissioner Smith, if we look at the agenda, most of all the discussion items we've had are predominantly coming from one commissioner. Maybe we should limit how many discussion items a commissioner could put on the agenda, because that would save time. We should also enforce an ordinance that keeps us from going over time. We don't do that.
Right.
Technically, the person that the sergeant at arms, I forgot, the parliamentarian. Parliamentarian is the one that's supposed to enforce it, but it hasn't been enforced. It's about time management. That's what it's always been. It's not about wasting resources. It's about time management.
Right. And by the way, to the point of the meetings, to me, almost every single month, we've had either an extra meeting for a workshop or for budget or for several different things. We've had, additional meetings. They weren't regular commission meetings per se, but we did have additional meetings as well. But
With all 7 of us.
Huh?
With all 7 of us.
Well, listen, whoever shows up or doesn't show up, that's a different subject. But the meeting was called, and sometimes people are not there.
The whole purpose of presenting this the whole purpose, and working it out with the attorney and working it out with the manager, was that it would be mandatory and that we would have the 7 people that the public elected sit here in a meeting and make decisions that affects their life.
Madam Commissioner.
And I will tell you another thing real fast while I have the microphone, is the discussion items haven't all been mine. Let's go back the year, count how many I've had and how many other people have had. But the reason that I may bring up discussion items is because I like my commissioner's opinion. Many times I don't know what Commissioner John knows. I don't know what you know, Mr. Commissioner Joseph, and I would like to learn so that I can say, when people call me and say, do this, and do this, and I can say, but you didn't know that, and I learned it at the commission meeting. So all this is very important, and it always worked. We had 2 meetings a month, and it worked. How are you going to have 1 meeting and go home by 10? Let me know how you're going to do that.
No, we're not going to do that.
I mean, unless, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking this is 2 meetings, right? This is 1 meeting for, the regular agenda, and another one, if necessary, by the manager for quasi-judicial. So that's where right, and that's where the word, correct, that's where the word mandatory comes in, because that's no longer within our purview to choose. It's now the manager's purview to just make it happen, right? So that's correct. So that's where that comes from.
We have to be committed to the second meeting. It's just a matter of, do we really, we don't want to have it if we don't need it.
This commits us.
Right.
That's what this does.
It commits us to be available for that second Thursday.
So do you propose accepting it, and then if we don't need it, we cancel it?
No, what I propose, this,
The mayor.
well, I made,
There's a motion on the
that was
table.
my motion.
So
The way I would design it is that it will still be utilized as an alternate, but if it is utilized, it'll be utilized for large quasi-judicial items. That's my motion.
Okay.
Just for clarification, and I know we have a lot of items that are time sensitive, but when you say large quasi-judicial, is it a multifamily? Is it for business? Is it a single-family residential?
No,
What is large?
And pretty much anything multi.
I would say anything not multifamily
or commercial.
or multifamily commercial.
Right.
Okay.
That's meaning that they would only be utilized so that if utilized.
Right. Anything residential would.
But it will still be reserved for alternate, but only for those issues if utilized. That's what I would say. That's my motion. If we can vote on it, because we have other items, please.
Right. Okay. So we have the motion. We clarified the motion.
Yes. Yes.
We have the second. Is this is going to be?
The 10 p.m. time slot, right? The 10 p.m. time slot.
No, we're leaving it at 12.
No, we're leaving it at 12. We're leaving it at 12.
We're
leaving it at 12.
Or how about, you want to leave the first meeting at 12, second meeting at 10?
If it happens.
If the second meeting happens.
Yeah. We'll keep it.
Mr. Commissioner Joseph, so the whole thing about time management that you just brought up makes a lot of sense. We're all, I think, in agreement with the fact that we need to do better at managing time. During the workshop, we also talked about time management, preparing the agenda and everything, and making sure things go smoothly. So my whole thing was trying to leave here at 10 p.m. So if we can do that, that's just 2 hours. Staff now, we put the onus on them to make sure that we run this smoothly. You did what term did you use? Not sergeant at arms. You used parliamentarian. Will help enforce that.
I would get you guys, if you wanted it. I don't think you'd like it, but I would get you done.
But 10 p.m. Let's do 10.
Well, I would definitely get that done.
Well, look, because I want to hold my second. I want to if I will concede the fact if it does go to the alternate that we can keep it at 10. But as it stands now, because of the fact that we're at 11:26, we have to. I would leave it the way.
Most people here want 10. We can always vote to go over. So we can always vote to go over if you want. Most people want 10 p.m.
No.
You don't want 10 p.m. anymore.
I don't want to vote to go over.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to remain at 12? Is that what you're saying?
No, 12 is the maximum, but I don't want to stay until 12.
Yeah, we don't want.
10 o'clock.
With all
I agree with you,
deference,
Mackenzie. I would
With-
stay till 10, that's fine.
With all deference, if you imposed limits on how long any commissioner could speak on first blush, and if you imposed time limits per item unless you vote to go over the time limit, if you said that no item shall take more than 30 minutes or 40 minutes without a vote to extend, and you put restrictions on not how many times a commissioner could speak, but how long a commissioner could speak without their colleagues saying, well, you get longer. You could still come back multiple times, but you could do those things. It would require some discipline, but you could do those.
I think for right now, the clerk needs to have
From
meeting
a
dates
charter
on the
standpoint,
books,
can we?
right? So if we just say that we're going to have those 2 meetings, I think that we can, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Attorney, but
You can work it out.
could we at a future meeting decide if we're changing the time of the meetings, as long as we have those dates there?
No, well, the thing is that we can, look, depending, all right, this is what I would say, right? If the city attorney would come back with a policy, as you pointed out, that would manage, because you are the parliamentarian, right? That would manage, that would set out the rules of how we would dictate our meetings at the next meeting we have in December, then I would say that at that point in time we would I guess amend this particular resolution because we need to do it because of the charter.
Right, as long as we have the meetings set for the calendar.
Yes.
And the second meeting will be a second as needed meeting.
Yeah.
And then,
That's the key, Mayor. You simply say, if you adopt it as it is with 2 meetings, and you just use the words for the second meeting, if necessary, you will comply with what the clerk needs for the charter.
Perfect.
And you can just say, if necessary, you've set the dates, and then you can manage your way through that as you go forward with some other ideas, but you will have a second meeting on the books, quote, if necessary.
And that we're committed to.
We're back. Well, okay, that's what I wanted to make, because that's where we are now.
Right, don't make alternate plans for that second.
No. What
date.
Commissioner Joseph said it. The quasi-judicial items, large. We said
multifamily.
Multifamily. We were clear as to what that is. That needs to be iterated.
But in regard, because of the time management, I would say, can we keep it at 12? And then depending on what report.
That's the same thing as the proposed legislation, though, isn't it not?
That it goes to 12?
That we still
Proposed
have
to
an
10 p.m.
alternate meeting that goes to 10. That's what you're basically saying, right?
No, that's not. No, what we're setting is the dates, keeping it the same. We're keeping it the same. However, what we're adding to it is that if we do have a second meeting, it will be for quasi multifamily or commercial.
Yeah, I mean, and now I'm a little worried about the commercial, but anyway, whatever you want to call it. Definitely multifamily.
Multifamily.
Right, multifamily.
And if needed. So that's, I just want to vote on it because I know we have other items.
Right. So let's
It
get,
doesn't make sense what you're saying. If you need a second meeting, how do you know you don't need a second meeting because you have more things on the agenda? Now you're saying you can't even come on the second meeting. It's got to be quasi-judicial.
It has to be, those are the items that would require additional time. I don't think discussion items would demand that. But that's my motion.
well, yeah, I mean, and again, I think we can adjust this and tweak this
As we move forward.
as we go, because,
We just want to set the date. That's right.
like
set the
basically,
dates, you
the second meeting.
As if necessary,
You didn't change a thing. That's what it is.
Well, we're already discussing how we're going to be enacting the parliamentarian to speed things up.
Yes.
We're going to be working on time management. We have,
trying to get
it's
me
mandatory.
We would have voted on
At
this
the
10
second
minutes ago.
meeting if we need it. If there's a large quasi, it's going to the second meeting.
Why are we going past 10 o'clock for any reason? This is so bizarre that you're not changing a thing,
You have
Mr.
one
Mayor.
meeting a month.
That's why. You're not changing a thing. You could be kidding everybody. We're going to keep it. We're going to do it. We're going to put the dates. You have to be ready for those dates in case we need a second meeting anyway. It's in there already. If we need a second date, it's going to be the fourth Thursday or the third Thursday. It's already there.
So can we call
So
the
you
vote?
might as well throw this in the garbage.
Can we call the vote on my motion?
Okay, all right, so we have the motion, we have the second.
No, Danielle, Commissioner Jean was going to tell us about time.
I'm just saying that we need to do better with time management, and we need to respect each other's autonomy, but at the same time, we need to keep this moving.
Okay.
Right.
All right, so.
All right, we have the motion, we have the second. It's going to be voice vote, right? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
We have one opposed? Two opposed.
All right.
Okay.
The Motorola one, please. Can we bring that up?
Oh, the water.
Oh, the water. Sorry.
All right, so right now we're going to the 11-7, right?
11-7, move to introduce resolution
what it's
number
worth,
R
Mayor, I want to point out-
2024-122.
Second.
11-7 is a change.
I want to point out for the record, the Yankees have taken game 2.
Oh.
Okay.
Item 11.
7? Oh.
7. Resolution number R 2024-122, approve all Webb's Enterprise change order. Pedro Mello, interim NMB Water Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to the contract with All Webb's Enterprise, Inc., increasing the contract amount by $260,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Mayor?
Yes.
Essentially, what this change order calls for is while we're doing well development at the plant, there is erosion occurring around which has soil stabilization issues. And so in order to mitigate that and to continue the well development, we need a change order for above and beyond the scope of service that amounts to $260,000. I'm sure our team can go into much more technical detail if you'd like, but that's the summary.
Doesn't seem like we have much of a choice in the
Move
matter.
to approve.
So, all right, well, first of all, we need public comment.
Public comment is open. If you wish to speak, please come forward.
All right, let's reflect no one.
Move to approve.
Comments closed. All right, you got a motion and a second.
Second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Next one.
Okay, 11-8.
Move to introduce 11.8, resolution number R 2024-123. Washington Park Sewer.
Okay, Mr. Attorney.
Second.
Item 11.8, resolution number R 2024-123, approve Washington Park Sewer and Lift Station, Sam Zamacona, Public Works Director. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid number ITB 24-033-SG, Washington Park Pump Station and Force Main Project, Park 1912, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds and providing for an effective date.
Okay.
Mayor. Essentially, this project is needed in order to construct the community center portion of the park. This is currently only for that park, although as we continue to look for septic to sewer conversions throughout the city, this work will definitely be part of the Washington Park project, where we'll be able to tie in. We did put out the bid. Only two bidders put in. One is, which is the lowest responsive bidder, is Southern Underground, which currently has multiple projects with the city. Our initial engineering estimate was about 2.9 million. This came out at 5.4 million. We do have the funding with the various items that we have done either earlier tonight as well as during the budget session, in which we transferred the PSA building over to water. We did account for any of that overage as well, so we are covered for the project.
Okay, so.
Did I miss anything?
We will need public comment.
Public comment is open.
No one came forward. Public comments closed.
Move to approve.
Okay. All in favor?
I want to ask one question. How did it come to double from the time you gave an estimate? Wasn't the estimate recent? Because we just knew we needed it maybe 6 months ago or a year ago. Wasn't far back. How did it come to double?
It's an engineering estimate, and so there's a lot of different factors that can be put into it, from risk, from the contractor side. There could also be just inflationary costs with regards to material, and so forth. So there's a lot of different, those are the ones where the bidder put in. Unfortunately, we only received 2 bids.
Yeah, so we went through the whole bid process.
Yep.
And flushed out whoever we could. And, I mean, I see it all the time where an architect or engineer draws plans, sits in his air-conditioned office and throws a number on it, which, may or may not be the reality. And then the contractors who actually have to do the work come and are like, we're not doing this unless we get what it's worth, no matter what the engineer architect said. I have a feeling that's the scenario we have here.
Is there something else that I may have missed?
But if
that answer?
No.
If we bid it out, we flushed it out, we have no choice but to do it to make the projects happen. I don't see where we have an option.
Move to approve.
Okay, I thought we already had that, but, all right. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. All right, 1110.
Could we,
We need a motion to introduce 1110. Okay.
What
What
about
is-
9? You skip
A
What is-
second for 1110?
Motion to introduce 1110.
You're skipping 9?
We're skipping
Yes,
9 for now,
For now, I just want to get that one out.
Let's just get 10.
Yes, 1110, resolution number.
We have a motion, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, we got the second. All right, Mr. Attorney, please read.
1110, item 1110, resolution number R 2024-125, approved Motorola radios, piggyback, Nelson Camacho interim,
We got it, go.
Mr. Pineos, Major Pineos, interim chief of police. Resolution of the mayor and city commission in the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a piggyback contract between the city and Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the purchase of APX Next portable radio software subscription and warranty in a total budgeted amount of $1,869,000. Authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, well,
Second.
let's hear from the manager or,
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor Commission. This is a contract to upgrade our portable radio hardware as well as the software. What this does for police is allows for the sharing that goes with our carbine and that Apex type of system that we already have from the dispatch, and able to get video sharing and other type of information and messaging over to the police officer in the field. This is also helping to match with the county system in which they are updating as well. A question with regards to the lease was brought up. It is a lease to own, so we do own these at the end of the lease. And the reason why we did the lease program is because we're able to spread out the cost of the purchase of the radios over multiple years instead of all up front. It is a time sensitive, as we have several discounts that are being applied to this contract. Typically, it would be about a $2.5 to $2.6 million contract, but with the various discounts that we're trying to take advantage, the price is reduced to 1.8.
okay?
So you said we're owning?
We need public comment real quick, I know. Okay,
Public comment is open.
no one's come forward, public comment.
Move to approve.
Closed.
I had
Okay,
a question about the ownership.
We would own it.
So we own?
Yep.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit more about the technology?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. So in regards to the technology, it's the latest technology that we have available to our officers. The system will provide now where the officers can talk. It's a Bluetooth system. The officers can talk to the radio hands-free. They can now concentrate on the task at hand, so it's easier. They can set up perimeter points. Supervisors can now, on their radio, Deputy Chief Nichols will pass it around on their radio. They can actually see where the officers are pinpointed and located. It's just a lot of more safety features that are available compared to the current radios that we have that are completely outdated and they're at their end of life.
Okay.
The next question that I had for you is, what's the warranty like for this, for the life of the product itself? Is this a renewing contract?
We're switching from Harris to Motorola.
Oh, we're changing carriers.
Correct, yeah, because Miami-Dade County Police and Fire now are on Motorola, and we mirror them. Mhm.
So it's just picking up the voice as the officer speaks?
As the officer,
recognizes and starts to
as I know it, Commissioner, the officer speaks, it recognizes the officer's voice, and it can communicate hands-free. It's like a Bluetooth device, yeah. It's pretty cool.
I think we see we need it, so.
Chief, could I ask you, I asked the manager, how often with technology changing so quickly, how often do they change the system? We're going to own it and we have a 5-year lease, so do they update it constantly?
So the current radios that we have now, we've had them since 2009. So I would say every 10 years or so, at least.
No, but now can they, from their stations, change the equipment that we're buying when they need to update it?
They could. So a lot of times we build into our contracts software updates that we would purchase in order to have that newest technology.
But we have the
available.
ability to do that, to update the equipment in the next 5 years without having to change the equipment to new.
So if we need to purchase new hardware, then that is an additional cost because you're buying a new unit. Software updates are part of the licensing agreement that's built into the yearly cost.
And it seemed to be scalable, so that's the good part about it, from my understanding. It's
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you.
Well, because of the fact that the technology is new, it's scalable as time goes by, that it can be upgraded. Right. I wouldn't say not as much as when it comes to the hardware, but based on what I've seen and what I've been able to get from staff, it's top tier.
Newer technology is usually more upgradable until it's not. So,
Over the 5-year term, that lease term, the equipment is under warranty, which is replaceable, as well as the software updates are annual, as well as new software comes available. After the lease program, we have an option to continue on with maintenance, annual maintenance, at a nominal cost. I forget what that cost is, but that is discounted after the lease term.
Okay, so they're going to bring it up then.
I have a question. As far as the old, what is now old walkie-talkies, what are you guys going to do with those?
So we are looking into a buyback or recycle program. I've been approached by certain companies that are within the co-ops that buy and recycle, and we may be able to get $1 for each one. No, I'm kidding. It's more. It may be more than that, but we are looking into recycling and getting some revenue from those.
Okay, thank you.
As we phase them out.
Sell them to another country.
all right, so we have the motion, we have the second. Yes?
Commissioner Chernoff said something about another country. Would they, if you were to give them to another country or sell them to another country, would they have to also have a internal dispatch system that matches with that, or is just the hardware enough?
That's a conversation for another day, please.
I'm Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure I get the question answered.
Because we don't have the specifics as to what will happen for a recycle or buyback program, I wouldn't be able to answer that specifically. But depending upon what Harris has for that equipment, they would work through Harris for any compatibility.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. All right.
Could we,
one thing.
2 people, could we take a vote on the 2 people?
Let's do the
getting-
appointments. Let's do 13-1 and 13-2. We'll do them together.
Move to approve.
Move to approve 13-1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay. Got a second? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Second.
They have to
Any
read them into
opposed?
the record, no?
Could we say their name, what they're running for, what they're going to be?
Oh, appoint, yeah, if you want to let the clerk.
Appointments are? Could you just?
I can
slow
read it.
down
Let me read it. Appointing Jahane Elizy to the Economic Development Commission and appointing Sebastian Skemla to the Economic Development Commission. Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, to point of privilege real quick, I think what Commissioner Flourmont was pointing out is that giving procurement or whoever that department the option to donate, if possible, to
Haiti.
Or another nation.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily, but have them have the ability to do that if that's the best use of that.
Right.
As opposed to just recycling them. That's all I'm saying.
Or a smaller city that perhaps.
Smaller city. But this, I don't know if you want to, I thought that's your problem.
Yeah, the problem is that there may be, you may have to have a central station for them to work, whatever.
Right.
That's why it's a conversation for another day.
On my report, if we can get there.
Huh?
He has an action item.
Action item on my report, if we can get there.
Okay.
Can we get to that now?
We've got another item that you've got to at least.
No, you could,
decide on.
I think, Mr. Manager, I think we've got the important ones, right?
The attorney's item is probably more important than anything that's left.
Mr. Attorney, you're up.
Okay, we've been sued twice in federal court on civil rights violations. One of them, I think everybody knows about, that got a lot of press attention for someone who claimed to have been wrongly imprisoned. There's another suit that was brought against us for alleging basically that there was improper arrest tactics by the police in the nature of police brutality. Our insurance excludes these kinds of things, which is a separate discussion for another day. But because both had answers or responses due in federal court, I was not in a position to wait to come to the commission. So I'm asking for ratification. Although I don't like using outside counsel, in this case, these are, first of all, highly specialized defending those kinds of police-involved cases. And secondly, I believe it is an ethical conflict for the city attorney's office to represent both the city, which is named in one of them and could be added to the other one, and at the same time represent officers. There was a recent case when I was, for instance, out in Doral as interim, where the attorney represented both the city and the officers and successfully defended the city, which resulted in $600,000 judgments against individual police officers who worked for the city. And I don't want the city attorney's office to be at odds with our police department. I think that required outside counsel. I've talked to some of you and talked at some time about the fact that the League of Cities has very good insurance and have very good attorneys. And so I went to the law firm that represents the League of Cities in all of these items. It's the Johnson Anselmo Law Firm, in particular Attorney Christopher Stearns, and asked if he would represent us in both of those matters. He said that rates are a little fluid and asked for $350 an hour, which I have agreed to, subject to ratification by this commission. I mean, I could go out and find another law firm, but this is a very good law firm, a very good attorney, and this is their specialty. So I have, with the consultation with the manager, I've retained Johnson Anselmo and Mr. Stearns to represent us on those two civil rights lawsuits at $350 an hour, and I now present that for ratification by the City Commission.
Just one question. When you do that, do we get costs back if we win?
If we win, there's federal civil rights is designed not to impose a burden on people. It would stop people, but that doesn't mean there are, you use the word costs. We're unlikely to get attorney's fees back, but there are costs that are recoverable in an action if the action is not properly brought, because the courts have authority to award costs such as deposition fees, subpoena fees, filing kinds of fees.
But not attorney fees?
Typically not, unless there is some other factor. Now, if it turned out that it was entirely created out of whole cloth, had no basis to it and was a complete lie, then under Florida law, which would govern the attorney's fees, even though it's a federal case, there's a statute called 57.105 that is if there is a complete lack of justiciable issues. So if somebody just invented this in their head, there's a possibility. I wouldn't rule it out, but probably what we're looking at is a recovery for costs if we prevailed, but not likely for attorney's fees.
Move to approve,
Talk
Mr.
about
Mayor.
insurance.
I made the motion.
You made the motion. Who's the second?
I'll second.
You're the second? Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Anything else we want to do in our last 8 minutes?
I move motion to adjourn.
Let's adjourn? Okay. Thank you.